Peerless Soul Lord, awaken the eternal divine soul at the start. Full core settings. Genre, Eastern Fantasy, Invincible Rebirth, Face Slapping, Genius Crushing, Sex Struggle, World Domination, Pure Satisfying Plot. Protagonist, Lin Chen. Once the most useless outer disciple of Azure Flame sect. His spiritual root was shattered 3 years ago. He could not cultivate any spiritual energy and was bullied by everyone in the sect. After the soul transmigration from Earth, he awakens the top-tier eternal supreme divine soul. He is decisive, ruthless, never naive, repays kindness doubly and avenges hatred instantly. No humiliating plots, no stupid setbacks. Golden Finger Eternal Supreme Divine Soul. 100-fold cultivation speed. 1 minute of his cultivation equals 100 minutes of ordinary cultivators. No bottlenecks, no limits, breaking through realms effortlessly. 2 Flaw Insight, see through all flaws in martial arts, formations, defenses, and enemy attacks. Crush opponents with absolute advantage in every battle. 3 All-Devouring Spirit, absorb heaven and earth spiritual energy, pills, monster blood essence and enemy spiritual power to upgrade rapidly, purify all impure energy. 4 Divine Soul Pressure, instantly suppress low-level cultivators and monsters, disrupt the mind of high-level enemies, cut their combat power sharply. Cultivation Realm Hierarchy Full Novel Standard. Chi Refining, Foundation Establishment, Core Formation, Nascent Soul, Spirit Transformation, Void Prying, Tribulation Transcendence, Immortal Realm, True God Realm, Supreme Realm. Core Storyline. Lin Chen, a waste disciple who had been trampled on for 3 years, awakens the Supreme Divine Soul on the day he is beaten to death. He counterattacks instantly, slaps the arrogant inner sect genius, crushes the bullying elders, shocks the entire sect. He rises rapidly, defeats all peer geniuses, seizes endless treasures, dominates the sect, sweeps across the entire cultivation continent, crushes ancient hidden forces, defeats foreign world invaders, and finally stands at the peak of all realms, becoming the Eternal Supreme Lord. Chapter 1, Shattered Root Eternal Divine Soul Awakens. Bang! A heavy kick landed fiercely on Lin Chen's chest. Pain spread all over his body, and a mouthful of blood spurted out, staining his tattered grey disciple robe red. Lin Chen, you useless trash! How dare you block senior brother Zhang's path? A harsh, mocking voice rang out in the outer sect training ground. The surrounding outer disciples all stepped back, their eyes filled with ridicule and indifference. No one felt sympathy for Lin Chen. For 3 years, Lin Chen had been the biggest joke of the Azure Flame sect. He used to be a once-in-a-century genius with a top-grade spiritual root, highly valued by the sect elders. But 3 years ago, his spiritual root was shattered in a so-called accident. From then on, he could not absorb a single trace of spiritual energy. He became a useless cripple who could never step into the path of cultivation. Genius fallen to waste. The former glory turned into the sharpest mockery. In these 3 years, he endured endless bullying, insult and trampling. Even the lowest servants could step on his head. Trash with a broken root. You have occupied our outer sect resources for 3 years. You deserve to die. The young man who kicked Lin Chen was named Wang Hao, a mid-stage Chi refining outer disciple. He crossed his arms, his face full of arrogance and disdain, staring down at Lin Chen who was lying on the ground. Behind Wang Hao stood a tall young man in a blue inner sect robe. His name was Zhang Yu, a core inner sect genius at the late stage of Chi refining. He was extremely arrogant, and he did not even glance at Lin Chen, as if looking at trash would dirty his eyes. Senior brother Zhang wants your dilapidated wooden house. Get out, or I'll beat you to death today. Wang Hao sneered. Lin Chen lay on the cold bluestone ground, his limbs weak, his chest burning with severe pain. His original consciousness was fading, and a brand new soul from modern Earth merged into his body in an instant. A flood of memories rushed into his mind. Cultivation World, Azure Flame Sect, Broken Spiritual Root, Bullied Waste Disciple. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, and the confusion in his pupils was quickly replaced by icy coldness and sharpness. He was reborn. Transmigrated into this bullied waste disciple. In his previous life, he was an ordinary office worker, exhausted by trivial life. Now he came to this magnificent cultivation world, but inherited a life of endless humiliation. No. He would never accept it. Oh, still staring at me. Wang Hao saw the cold light in Lin Chen's eyes, and he was instantly furious. A useless trash dared to glare at him. He raised his foot again, intending to crush Lin Chen's head directly. Die! The wind of the kick roared. The surrounding disciples shook their heads, ready to watch Lin Chen suffer another brutal beating. But at this moment, boom! A vast, ancient, supreme divine power burst out from Lin Chen's body. Golden divine light surged wildly, sweeping the entire training ground in an instant. A faint illusory ancient divine soul shadow emerged behind Lin Chen's head, overlooking all living beings with supreme majesty. Ding! Eternal supreme divine soul awakened successfully. Broken spiritual root completely repaired. 100-fold cultivation speed activated. Flaw insight, all-devouring spirit, supreme divine pressure activated. Detect weak spiritual energy in the air, automatically absorb and transform. In an instant, endless spiritual energy from all directions surged into Lin Chen's body like a raging river. The blocked meridians that had been closed for 3 years were completely opened. The dusty cultivation realm broke through in a second. Qi refining early stage. Qi refining mid stage. Qi refining late stage. Qi refining peak. The surging spiritual power stopped perfectly at the half-step foundation establishment realm. 4 small realms, broken through in the blink of an eye. The whole process did not even take a breath. The terrifying divine pressure swept out, making every disciple on the scene tremble violently, their legs going weak, and they almost knelt down on the ground. Wang Hao's raised foot froze in the air. His face was full of horror, and his whole body was stiff as a stone statue. He felt a supreme terror from the depths of his soul, making his blood almost solidify. What is this power? Wang Hao screamed inwardly, his eyes full of disbelief. Lin Chen slowly stood up from the ground. The tattered clothes on his body fluttered without wind. The blood on the corner of his mouth faded instantly. His originally pale face became handsome and sharp, with a cold and domineering aura spreading out. He raised his eyes, glanced at the trembling Wang Hao indifferently, and said in a cold voice, "You wanted to kick me to death." At this moment, Lin Chen's eyes were like cold stars, sharp enough to pierce everything. Wang Hao's scalp exploded. He subconsciously stepped back, his voice trembling, Lin Chen, how dare you? What power did you just use?" He could not believe it. This was the waste who had no spiritual root and could not cultivate. This terrifying aura was far stronger than his own. Lin Chen took a step forward casually. Whoosh! His figure flashed, leaving an afterimage on the spot. In the next second, his palm was already pressed on Wang Hao's chest. "I've endured your bullying for 3 years. From today on, all humiliation will be repaid double. Boom. Terrifying spiritual power burst out. Wang Hao's body flew out like a broken sack, crashing heavily on the bluestone ground, spitting out a large mouthful of blood, his bones cracking continuously. He screamed miserably, completely losing the ability to fight back. One palm. Crush a mid-stage Qi refining disciple in seconds. The entire training ground fell into dead silence. All disciples stared at Lin Chen with shocked and terrified eyes, their minds completely blank. The waste of 3 years, actually exploded in strength and defeated Wang Hao with one move at this time. The inner sect genius Zhang Yu finally changed his face. He narrowed his eyes, staring at Lin Chen coldly, and said in a deep voice, "Lin Chen, you dare to injure my man, you are courting death." Zhang Yu stepped forward, and powerful late-stage Qi refining spiritual power surged out, pressing towards Lin Chen fiercely. The surrounding air was oppressed and roaring. Senior brother Zhang makes a move. This trash is finished. Senior brother Zhang is a late-stage Qi refining genius, far stronger than Wang Hao. Lin Chen just broke through by luck, he can't resist senior brother Zhang. The disciples exclaimed, thinking that Lin Chen would be defeated instantly, but Lin Chen just glanced at Zhang Yu indifferently. The flaw inside of the eternal divine soul was activated instantly. In his eyes, all the power fluctuations and movement tracks of Zhang Yu had countless clear flaws. Lin Chen sneered slightly, "Late-stage Qi refining in my eyes, it's just a joke." He took a step forward, raised his palm casually, and slapped out. No fancy moves, just absolute crushing power, bang. A clear and loud slap echoed across the training ground. Zhang Yu's imposing attack was shattered in an instant. His body spun in the air, and he was slapped heavily to the ground. His face was swollen like a pig's head, and his teeth flew out with blood. Silence. Dead silence. All people were petrified on the spot. One slap beat the inner sect late-stage Qi refining genius to the ground. This is no longer a counter-attack. This is absolute crushing. Lin Chen stood tall and straight, his eyes sweeping over the shocked crowd, cold and domineering. From today on, whoever dares to bully me, Lin Chen, will die. The eternal divine soul's pressure swept the 4 directions, announcing the return of the peerless genius. Chapter 2, Full Sect Shock, Enslave the Spirit Beast. The news that Lin Chen, the outer sect waste, defeated Wang Hao and slapped inner sect genius Zhang Yu to the ground spread like wildfire throughout the entire Azure Flame sect outer sect in less than half an hour. Countless disciples were shocked beyond belief. For 3 years, everyone had always regarded Lin Chen as the lowest trash in the sect. No one had ever thought that this waste would burst out with such terrifying strength overnight. Unbelievable. He was clearly a broken root waste who could not cultivate. He broke 4 realms in an instant and beat senior brother Zhang, who is at the late stage of Qi refining. Is it possible that his spiritual root was sealed before, and now it's unsealed? All outer sect disciples were talking in shock, and their eyes towards Lin Chen were completely changed, filled with fear and awe. Those who had bullied and ridiculed Lin Chen before all panicked and hid far away, for fear of being remembered by Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen had returned to his dilapidated wooden house. He sat cross-legged on the wooden bed, quietly feeling the surging powerful spiritual power in his body. 100-fold cultivation speed is really terrifying. Lin Chen sighed slightly. Ordinary cultivators needed months or even years to break through a small realm, but for him, it only took a few minutes. Moreover, his foundation was extremely solid, without any impure spiritual energy, far surpassing ordinary cultivators of the same realm. The eternal divine soul can also devour all spiritual energy. I can continue to break through quickly. Lin Chen's eyes flashed sharply. The Azure Flame sect was just his starting point. In this vast cultivation world, there were countless strong forces and peerless geniuses. He would step on all peaks, crush all opponents, and become the Supreme Lord standing above all living beings. Roar! Suddenly, a low beast roar came from the outer sect back mountain. Lin Chen raised his eyes and looked towards the back mountain. Through the flaw inside of the divine soul, he clearly saw a wounded first-order spirit beast, a wind shadow wolf, hiding in the forest, bleeding heavily. A spirit beast with pure blood essence. It can be devoured to improve my cultivation. Lin Chen did not hesitate. His figure flashed and rushed directly towards the back mountain. The outer sect back mountain was a forbidden area for outer disciples. Ordinary disciples did not dare to step in easily for fear of encountering spirit beasts. But for Lin Chen now, these so-called dangers were nothing but trivial matters. In a few breaths, Lin Chen entered the dense forest. The wind shadow wolf sensed the arrival of a human, immediately bared its fangs, and let out a threatening low roar. Its front leg was injured, with a deep sword wound, and its blood was flowing continuously. Its combat power was less than 30% of its peak state. Lin Chen looked at it indifferently, and the supreme divine soul pressure burst out instantly. Boom! The invisible pressure enveloped the wind shadow wolf in an instant. The fierce wind shadow wolf trembled violently, its fierce aura completely collapsed, and it directly knelt on the ground, whimpering in fear, not daring to resist at all. Spirit beasts were extremely sensitive to soul pressure. The eternal supreme divine soul was the natural king of all spirits. How could a mere first-order spirit beast submit to me, or be devoured? Lin Chen's voice was calm, but it carried irresistible supreme majesty. The wind shadow wolf whimpered continuously, took the initiative to lower its head, and completely surrendered to Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded slightly. With a thought, he refined a simple soul contract and branded it on the wind shadow wolf's soul. From today on, this wind shadow wolf became his exclusive spirit beast. Follow me, and I will make you stronger step by step. Lin Chen said lightly. The wind shadow wolf rubbed Lin Chen's palm affectionately, full of docility. At this time, several figures rushed over quickly from a distance. Who dares to trespass the outer sect back mountain? A cold drink came. 3 outer sect deacons in grey robes rushed over, their faces cold and stern. When they saw Lin Chen and the wind shadow wolf beside him, their faces turned gloomy instantly. Lin Chen! You dare to break into the forbidden area and privately tame a spirit beast? You are violating the sect rules. The leading deacon shouted angrily, with early stage foundation establishment cultivation surging out, extremely powerful. In the Azure Flame sect, outer disciples were strictly prohibited from entering the back mountain forbidden area, let alone taming spirit beasts privately. In their eyes, Lin Chen was simply seeking death. Lin Chen raised his eyes and looked at the 3 deacons indifferently, with no fear on his face. Sect rules: the strong are the rules in this world. You 3, want to stop me? The 3 deacons were furious when they heard this. Arrogant. A half-step foundation establishment kid dares to be rampant in front of us. Capture him alive and hand him over to the sect leader for punishment. The 3 deacons rushed towards Lin Chen together, their moves fierce and ruthless. Facing 3 foundation establishment cultivators, ordinary half-step foundation establishment disciples would be scared to death. But Lin Chen just sneered. Flaw inside fully activated. All the flaws in the 3 people's moves were clearly seen by him. Lin Chen stepped out, his figure like a ghost, shuttling between the three deacons. Bang! 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 Three muffled sounds in a row. Before the three deacons could react, they were hit on the chest one after another. Powerful spiritual power poured into their bodies, instantly breaking their spiritual power circulation. The three Foundation establishment deacons flew out heavily, spitting blood continuously, completely losing their combat power. One moved to defeat three Foundation establishment cultivators. The winged shadow wolf beside Lin Chen raised its head and roared, full of pride. Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes indifferent and domineering. From today on, the Back Mountain Forbidden Area is my private territory. Whoever dares to step in without permission, dies. The domineering voice echoed throughout the mountain forest, shaking all the surrounding birds and beasts into silence. Peerless Soul Lord, awaken the eternal divine soul at the start. Chapter 3, Outer Sect Elders Humiliation, Instant Suppression. The news of Lin Chen's rampage in the Back Mountain exploded across Azure Flame Sect like a thunderclap. Three Foundation Establishment Outer Sect deacons, defeated with a single move each. Forbidden Area occupied privately. A former waste disciple who had been trampled on for 3 years had overnight turned into a terrifying powerhouse that shocked the entire Outer Sect. The Outer Sect disciples were all terrified. No one dared to have the slightest disrespect toward Lin Chen anymore. Half an hour later, a furious roar swept over the Outer Sect mountain peak. Bold brat! How dare you wreak havoc in my Outer Sect and injure my deacons? A powerful figure strode through the air, stepping on floating spiritual mist, descending with overwhelming pressure. It was Outer Sect Elder Lu Chang, a mid-stage Foundation establishment expert, the supreme ruler of the Azure Flame Outer Sect. His status was far above ordinary deacons. Every word he spoke was sect law in the Outer Sect. In the past 3 years, he had never paid any attention to Lin Chen, a useless broken root disciple. In his eyes, such trash was not even qualified to stand in front of him. But today, this trash had stirred up a huge storm in his territory. Lu Chang's robes fluttered fiercely, his eyes sharp and cold, staring straight at Lin Chen who stood at the mountain forest entrance. The three injured deacons struggled to get up, cupping their hands in pain. Elder Lu, you must avenge us. This Lin Chen defies sect rules, trespasses the forbidden area, and brutally injures sect deacons. Lu Chang's gaze turned colder, spiritual pressure surging like a tide, pressing down on Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I don't care what strange luck you obtained to break your broken root. Breaking sect rules and assaulting sect personnel is a capital crime. Kneel down and accept punishment now. I can spare your life and only cripple your cultivation. Otherwise, I will crush your bones and destroy your soul today. His voice was deafening, carrying the dignity of a Foundation establishment elder, shaking the surrounding air violently. All the outer disciples who rushed over to watch held their breath, their hearts pounding wildly. Elder Lu was a genuine mid-stage Foundation establishment expert. Far stronger than the 3 early-stage deacons. In their eyes, Lin Chen was absolutely doomed this time. Truly asking for death. He just broke through and got a little strength, yet he dares to provoke Elder Lu. He's too arrogant. Wait to see him be crushed completely. Facing the terrifying oppressive pressure, Lin Chen stood tall and straight, not bending his waist in the slightest. A cold sneer rose on his lips. Kneel, accept punishment. In my 3 years of humiliation, where were you, Elder Lu? You allowed your disciples and deacons to bully and trample on me at will, turning a blind eye. Now that I have risen, you come to talk to me about sect rules. What a hypocrite! Lin Chen's words were sharp and unyielding, directly piercing through Lu Chang's false dignity. Lu Chang's face turned livid with rage. Insolent! You dare to insult me? I will tear you into pieces. Boom! Mid-stage foundation establishment spiritual power erupted in full force, condensing into a giant spiritual palm, smashing down toward Lin Chen's head. The palm wind was fierce enough to shatter bluestone and crush steel. The surrounding spectators retreated in panic, terrified by this terrifying power. But Lin Chen's eyes were calm to the extreme. Eternal Divine Soul Flaw insight activated instantly. In his eyes, this seemingly terrifying giant palm was full of fatal weaknesses. Lin Chen stepped forward casually, his palm wrapped in golden divine light, and punched out without any fancy moves. Bang! A earth-shaking collision sounded. The giant spiritual palm condensed by Lu Chang collapsed and shattered in an instant like fragile glass. The surging spiritual power exploded outward, sweeping the entire open ground. Lu Chang's body shook violently, his face instantly turning pale, and he took 7 or 8 steps backward in a row before barely stabilizing his figure. His eyes were filled with unbelievable horror. How is this possible? You are only half-step foundation establishment. How can you block my full power attack? Lin Chen's strength completely exceeded his cognition. Ordinary half-step foundation establishment cultivators could never resist a mid-stage foundation establishment elder's blow. Lin Chen ignored his shock, his figure flashing, instantly appearing in front of Lu Chang. You wanted to cripple my cultivation. Lin Chen's cold voice sounded beside Lu Chang's ear. Before Lu Chang could react, a sharp divine soul pressure burst out and submerged his entire body. Puff! Lu Chang's head buzzed violently, a mouthful of blood spurting out, and his knees went weak uncontrollably. Bang! The dignified outer sect elder actually knelt heavily on the ground in front of countless disciples. Complete silence. All the watching disciples were petrified, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. The supreme outer sect elder, suppressed to his knees by a former waste disciple, the scene completely overturned everyone's perception. Lu Chang's face was burning with shame and rage, his body trembling violently. Lin Chen! You dare to suppress an elder, you are seeking total annihilation of your soul. Lin Chen looked down at him indifferently, his tone cold and domineering. In this world, strength is the only rule. From today on, Azure Flame Outer Sect, I, Lin Chen, am the rule. Anyone who refuses to accept, can come and die. Chapter 4, Fiancé comes to break off the engagement, instant face slapping. The shock of Lin Chen suppressing elder Lu Chang had not yet subsided when a fresh wave of commotion swept through the outer section. A group of graceful figures walked slowly from the inner sect passage, attracting everyone's attention in an instant. The leading girl was dressed in a snow-white disciple robe, her appearance peerless, her figure elegant, her skin like snow. She was Bai Qinyu, the #1 genius of Azure Flame Sect's inner sect, known as the most beautiful fairy in the entire sect. More importantly, she was Lin Chen's original fiancée. 3 years ago, when Lin Chen was a peerless genius, the Bai family took the initiative to propose a marriage alliance. After Lin Chen's spiritual root was shattered, the Bai family had long been eager to break off the engagement, fearing that a waste would drag down their family's reputation. Today, Bai Qinyu came personally for one thing: to completely sever all ties with Lin Chen. Bai Qinyu walked forward slowly, her beautiful eyes sweeping over the messy scene, and finally fell on Lin Chen. There was no trace of affection in her eyes, only cold disdain and indifference. Lin Chen. Her voice was clear and cold, spreading across the entire open ground. I came here today on the order of my Bai family to break off the engagement between you and me. You are a broken root waste, unworthy of walking side by side with me, Bai Kinyu. This marriage contract is nothing but a shame to me. As soon as these words fell, the surrounding disciples burst into whispers. As expected, the Bai family finally wants to break off the engagement. Bai Kinyu is a top inner-sect genius, destined for a grand future. How could she marry a waste? Lin Chen was lucky back then to get engaged to Fairy Bai, but now he can only be abandoned. Lu Chong, who was kneeling on the ground, had a flash of malice in his eyes. He knew that Bai Kinyu had a terrifying backer. Her master was a nascent soul elder of the sect, far more powerful than him. Lin Chen dared to suppress him, but he would never dare to offend Bai Kinyu. Bai Kinyu raised her chin slightly, looking at Lin Chen with condescending pity. I know you have obtained some strange luck and regained your cultivation. But in my eyes, you are still the same useless ant. Your so-called strength is just a flash in the pan. You will never catch up with my pace in this life. Take this marriage contract and tear it up yourself. Don't make me humiliate you in public. She waved her hand casually, and a red marriage contract floated slowly toward Lin Chen, full of contempt. In her view, Lin Chen would definitely be heartbroken, desperate, and humble to retain a trace of dignity. But what happened next was beyond everyone's expectation. Lin Chen glanced at the floating marriage contract, a mocking smile curling up on his lips. Break off the engagement. Do you think I care about this ridiculous marriage? With a flick of his sleeve, a powerful spiritual force burst out. Crack. The red marriage contract was instantly shattered into countless pieces, drifting down like snowflakes. Lin Chen's eyes were cold, without the slightest nostalgia. Bai Kinyu, you overestimate yourself. 3 years ago, I was a peerless genius, and your Bai family begged to marry you to me. Now that I have fallen and risen again, you take the initiative to break off the engagement. Do you really think I would want a vain, snobbish woman like you? In my eyes, you are the one who is unworthy. Bai Kinyu's face instantly turned icy cold, anger flaring in her beautiful eyes. Lin Chen. How dare you insult me? I am at the late stage of foundation establishment, ranked top 10 among inner-sect geniuses. What qualifications do you have to look down on me? She was extremely furious. She had taken the initiative to break off the engagement to humiliate Lin Chen, but instead, she had been humiliated in public. Qualifications. Lin Chen took a step forward, his domineering aura sweeping out, pressing directly on Bai Kinyu. I am half-step foundation establishment now, but I can suppress mid-stage foundation establishment elders with one hand. You are late-stage foundation establishment, yet you only know to bully the weak and fawn on the strong. In 3 days, I will step into the intersection. In 10 days, I will surpass you completely. Wait and see, in the near future, you will only be able to look up at my height. Bai Kinyu's body trembled slightly, her face full of disbelief and anger. Arrogant words. I will wait and see how you regret your arrogance. She snorted coldly, turned around and left with her disciples, her back full of grievance and rage. She had never suffered such humiliation in her life. Watching her leaving figure, Lin Chen's eyes were calm. A mere Bai Kinyu was just a trivial passerby on his road to supremacy. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again in Lin Chen's mind. Ding! Successfully counterattacked humiliation, completed face-slapping mission. Reward, 10-fold temporary cultivation boost. Reward, low-grade divine weapon, Void Spirit Sword. A sharp sword light flashed in Lin Chen's storage ring, and a slender, cyan ancient sword quietly took shape. Lin Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Intersect geniuses. It's time to harvest your resources. Peerless Soul Lord, awaken the eternal divine soul at the start. Chapter 5, Night Breakthrough, Foundation Establishment Peak. The sunset dyed the outer sect mountain range crimson red. After Baikonur left in anger, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed, but the shock in their hearts never faded. No one in the entire Azure Flame outer sect dared to provoke Lin Chen anymore. Elder Luchang dragged his embarrassed body away with a gloomy face, not daring to utter a single word of retaliation. The supreme divine soul pressure lingering in his body made his soul tremble whenever he thought of Lin Chen. Lin Chen returned to his wooden house with the Wind Shadow Wolf. The little wolf crouched obediently at the door, acting as a loyal guard. Inside the room, Lin Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes to sense the surging spiritual power in his meridians. The tenfold cultivation boost rewarded by the system was still in effect. Coupled with his innate hundredfold cultivation speed, his cultivation efficiency had reached an unimaginable terrifying level. Whoosh! Endless spiritual energy from all directions poured into the wooden house like a tidal river, wrapping Lin Chen's whole body. His eternal supreme divine soul rotated slowly, purifying all impure spiritual energy in an instant, turning it into pure and thick foundation power that nourished his meridians and dantian. Half-step foundation establishment. Stable in an instant. Foundation establishment early stage. Breakthrough effortlessly. Foundation establishment mid-stage. Foundation establishment late stage. Boom. A faint spiritual shock wave spread out from the wooden house. In less than an hour, Lin Chen's cultivation soared directly to foundation establishment peak. He had completely surpassed Baikonur's realm. Ordinary geniuses needed decades to polish and break through these realms, but for Lin Chen, it was just a matter of breathing. His dantian was vast and solid, far more powerful than ordinary peak foundation establishment cultivators. Even the top inner sect geniuses could not compare with his foundation. No bottlenecks, no impurities. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, and a trace of golden divine light flashed past his pupils. At this speed, I can hit nascent soul realm within 3 days. He stood up, his whole body's aura restrained perfectly, looking ordinary on the surface, but containing terrifying power that could crush mountains and rivers. At this moment, rustling sounds came from outside the door. Several outer disciples lowered their heads and walked over cautiously, holding a large number of spirit stones and low-grade spiritual pills in their hands. Senior Brother Lin. They bowed respectfully, their voices trembling with fear and awe. We brought all our savings, spirit stones, and pills, to apologize to you. These were the disciples who had ridiculed and mocked Lin Chen the most in the past 3 days. After seeing Lin Chen suppress Elder Luchang and shock the entire outer sect, they were scared out of their wits. They knew clearly that if Lin Chen held a grudge, they would die without a burial place. So they took the initiative to offer all their resources to plead for forgiveness. Lin Chen glanced at the resources on the ground indifferently. Take them all away. I, Lin Chen, never accept perfunctory repentance. If you dare to look down on me again in the future, you will not get a second chance. The cold tone made those disciples' legs go weak, and they kowtowed repeatedly before scrambling away with the resources. Lin Chen did not care about these trivial resources at all. What he needed was top-level cultivation treasures and core sect resources. Night fell quietly. The outer sect fell into silence, but the inner sect was completely boiling. The news of Lin Chen's rise had spread to every corner of the inner sect. Many inner sect geniuses frowned, feeling extremely displeased. A former waste disciple suddenly rose up and stirred up trouble in the outer sect, even suppressing an outer sect elder. This made many inner sect geniuses feel challenged. Among them, the most furious person was Zhang Yu's elder brother Zhang Hao, a top inner sect genius at the peak of Foundation establishment. Zhang Hao was famous for protecting his younger brother. After learning that his junior brother Zhang Yu was slapped and seriously injured by Lin Chen, his killing intent surged wildly. A mere outer sect ant dares to injure my brother. Tomorrow morning, I will go to the outer sect personally and crush this Lin Chen with my own hands. I want everyone to know that a waste will always be a waste. Chapter 6, Inner Sect Genius Comes to Provoke, One-Sided Crushing. The next day, the first ray of dawn fell on Azure Flame Sect. A powerful aura swept down from the inner sect peak, shaking the entire outer sect mountain. Boom! A tall young man in a luxurious blue inner sect robe strode through the air, descending domineeringly above the outer sect training ground. His whole body was surging with peak Foundation establishment spiritual power, and his aura was far stronger than Elder Lu Chang's. He was Zhang Hao, the top inner sect genius. Behind him, dozens of inner sect disciples followed, all with arrogant and mocking expressions. In an instant, countless outer sect disciples gathered to watch, holding their breath nervously. It's senior brother Zhang Hao? The top 3 geniuses of the inner sect. He's here for Lin Chen. He's definitely here to avenge his younger brother Zhang Yu. This time Lin Chen is finished. Senior brother Zhang Hao is a genuine peak Foundation establishment powerhouse. Elder Lu was defeated yesterday, but senior brother Zhang Hao is dozens of times stronger than Elder Lu. All the disciples whispered, almost all of them thought Lin Chen would suffer a disastrous defeat. Zhang Hao stood in the air, his cold eyes sweeping across the outer sect, and finally locked onto the wooden house where Lin Chen lived. Lin Chen! Get out here! A roar exploded like thunder, shaking the surrounding trees and leaves rustling down. The wooden house door slowly opened. Lin Chen walked out unhurriedly, with the wind shadow wolf following closely behind him, its fierce eyes staring at Zhang Hao warily. Lin Chen raised his eyes, his expression calm without the slightest fluctuation. You are looking for me. Zhang Hao looked down at Lin Chen from above, his face full of extreme disdain and arrogance. You are the trash who dared to beat my younger brother. You were a broken root waste who could not cultivate for 3 years. After getting a little cheap luck, you dare to run amok in Azure Flame Sect. Kneel down and kowtow to apologize to my younger brother, abolish your own cultivation, and I can spare your dog life today. His tone was extremely arrogant, treating Lin Chen as a trivial ant that could be crushed at will. The surrounding inner sect disciples also laughed loudly with disdain. Ha ha ha, senior brother Zhang is too kind. This trash should be killed directly. An outer sect waste who doesn't know his own limits dares to provoke our inner sect geniuses. Hurry up and kneel. Don't struggle pointlessly. Facing the siege and ridicule of the crowd, Lin Chen's expression remained cold. A peak Foundation establishment clown dares to talk wildly in front of me. You want me to kneel? You are not qualified enough. As soon as his words fell, the whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked by Lin Chen's boldness. Zhang Hao's face turned completely icy cold, and killing intent burst out wildly. Insolent fool! You are courting death. Boom! Peak Foundation establishment spiritual power erupted in full force, condensing into a sharp blue longsword in the air, slashing straight at Lin Chen's head. The sword wind was sharp enough to split bluestone, carrying terrifying killing power. This was Zhang Hao's killing move, Blue Cloud Sword Slash. He intended to kill Lin Chen with one move to avenge his younger brother. The spectators held their breath, their eyes wide open, waiting to see Lin Chen be split in two. But in the next second, a scene that subverted everyone's cognition appeared. Lin Chen's eyes flashed, and the eternal divine soul's flaw insight was activated to the extreme. Countless flaws on the Blue Cloud Sword Slash were clearly reflected in his eyes. Lin Chen raised his right hand casually, and the Void Spirit Sword that he had obtained from the system reward appeared in his hand out of thin air. Slight cyan sword light bloomed, clean and sharp. Break. Lin Chen whispered softly. Clang. A clear and piercing sword sound resounded through the sky. The terrifying blue sword light shattered instantly like glass. The Void Spirit Sword's sword light did not weaken at all, sweeping forward fiercely. Puff. Zhang Hao's spiritual defense was broken in an instant. A sword mark appeared on his chest, blood gushing wildly. Ah! Zhang Hao let out a miserable scream, his body flying backward heavily, crashing on the ground, sliding dozens of meters before stopping. His whole body was covered in blood, his aura extremely wilted, and his peak foundation establishment power was completely suppressed. One sword. Defeat the top intersect peak foundation establishment genius. Dead silence. The entire outer sect was completely silent. All inner sect disciples stared blankly at the scene in front of them, their minds completely blank. The invincible senior brother Zhang Hao was defeated with just one sword. Lin Chen held the Void Spirit Sword in his hand, his figure standing tall and straight, his sword aura sweeping across all directions. He glanced indifferently at the wailing Zhang Hao on the ground, his tone cold and domineering. Intersect genius, in my eyes, you are no different from ants. Next time you dare to provoke me, I will take your life directly. Peerless Soul Lord, awaken the eternal divine soul at the start. Chapter 5, Night Breakthrough, Foundation Establishment Peak. The sunset dyed the outer sect mountain range crimson red. After Baiqinyu left in anger, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed, but the shock in their hearts never faded. No one in the entire Azure Flame outer sect dared to provoke Lin Chen anymore. Elder Luchong dragged his embarrassed body away with a gloomy face, not daring to utter a single word of retaliation. The supreme divine soul pressure lingering in his body made his soul tremble whenever he thought of Lin Chen. Lin Chen returned to his wooden house with the Wind Shadow Wolf. The little wolf crouched obediently at the door, acting as a loyal guard. Inside the room, Lin Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes to sense the surging spiritual power in his meridians. The tenfold cultivation boost rewarded by the system was still in effect. Coupled with his innate hundredfold cultivation speed, his cultivation efficiency had reached an unimaginable terrifying level. Whoosh! Endless spiritual energy from all directions poured into the wooden house like a tidal river, wrapping Lin Chen's whole body. His eternal supreme divine soul rotated slowly, purifying all impure spiritual energy in an instant, turning it into pure and thick foundation power that nourished his meridians and Danshan. Half-step foundation establishment. Stable in an instant. Foundation establishment early stage. Breakthrough effortlessly. Foundation establishment mid-stage. Foundation establishment late stage. Boom. A faint spiritual shockwave spread out from the wooden house. In less than an hour, Lin Chen's cultivation soared directly to foundation establishment peak. He had completely surpassed Baiqinyu's realm. Ordinary geniuses needed decades to polish and break through these realms, but for Lin Chen, it was just a matter of breathing. His dantian was vast and solid, far more powerful than ordinary peak foundation establishment cultivators. Even the top inner sect geniuses could not compare with his foundation. No bottlenecks, no impurities. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, and a trace of golden divine light flashed past his pupils. At this speed, I can hit nascent soul realm within 3 days. He stood up, his whole body's aura restrained perfectly, looking ordinary on the surface, but containing terrifying power that could crush mountains and rivers. At this moment, rustling sounds came from outside the door. Several outer disciples lowered their heads and walked over cautiously, holding a large number of spirit stones and low-grade spiritual pills in their hands. Senior Brother Lin. They bowed respectfully, their voices trembling with fear and awe. We brought all our savings, spirit stones, and pills, to apologize to you. These were the disciples who had ridiculed and mocked Lin Chen the most in the past 3 days. After seeing Lin Chen suppress Elder Luchang and shock the entire outer sect, they were scared out of their wits. They knew clearly that if Lin Chen held a grudge, they would die without a burial place. So they took the initiative to offer all their resources to plead for forgiveness. Lin Chen glanced at the resources on the ground indifferently. Take them all away. I, Lin Chen, never accept perfunctory repentance. If you dare to look down on me again in the future, you will not get a second chance. The cold tone made those disciples' legs go weak, and they kowtowed repeatedly before scrambling away with the resources. Lin Chen did not care about these trivial resources at all. What he needed was top-level cultivation treasures and core sect resources. Night fell quietly. The outer sect fell into silence, but the inner sect was completely boiling. The news of Lin Chen's rise had spread to every corner of the inner sect. Many inner sect geniuses frowned, feeling extremely displeased. A former waste disciple suddenly rose up and stirred up trouble in the outer sect, even suppressing an outer sect elder. This made many inner sect geniuses feel challenged. Among them, the most furious person was Zhang Yu's elder brother Zhang Hao, a top inner sect genius at the peak of foundation establishment. Zhang Hao was famous for protecting his younger brother. After learning that his junior brother Zhang Yu was slapped and seriously injured by Lin Chen, his killing intent surged wildly. A mere outer sect ant dares to injure my brother. Tomorrow morning, I will go to the outer sect personally and crush this Lin Chen with my own hands. I want everyone to know that a waste will always be a waste. Chapter 6, Inner Sect Genius Comes to Provoke, One-Sided Crushing. The next day, the first ray of dawn fell on Azure Flame Sect. A powerful aura swept down from the inner sect peak, shaking the entire outer sect mountain. Boom! A tall young man in a luxurious blue inner sect robe strode through the air, descending domineeringly above the outer sect training ground. His whole body was surging with peak foundation establishment spiritual power, and his aura was far stronger than Elder Luchang's. He was Zhang Hao, the top inner sect genius. Behind him, dozens of inner sect disciples followed, all with arrogant and mocking expressions. In an instant, countless outer sect disciples gathered to watch, holding their breath nervously. It's senior brother Zhang Hao? The top 3 geniuses of the inner sect. He's here for Lin Chen. He's definitely here to avenge his younger brother Zhang Yu. This time Lin Chen is finished. Senior brother Zhang Hao is a genuine peak foundation establishment powerhouse. Elder Lu was defeated yesterday, but senior brother Zhang Hao is dozens of times stronger than Elder Lu. All the disciples whispered, almost all of them thought Lin Chen would suffer a disastrous defeat. Zhang Hao stood in the air, his cold eyes sweeping across the outer sect, and finally locked onto the wooden house where Lin Chen lived. Lin Chen! Get out here! A roar exploded like thunder, shaking the surrounding trees and leaves rustling down. The wooden house door slowly opened. Lin Chen walked out unhurriedly, with the wind shadow wolf following closely behind him, its fierce eyes staring at Zhang Hao warily. Lin Chen raised his eyes, his expression calm without the slightest fluctuation. "You are looking for me." Zhang Hao looked down at Lin Chen from above, his face full of extreme disdain and arrogance. "You are the trash who dared to beat my younger brother. You were a broken root waste who could not cultivate for 3 years. After getting a little cheap luck, you dare to run amok in Azure Flame sect. Kneel down and kowtow to apologize to my younger brother, abolish your own cultivation, and I can spare your dog life today." His tone was extremely arrogant, treating Lin Chen as a trivial ant that could be crushed at will. The surrounding inner sect disciples also laughed loudly with disdain. "Ha ha ha, senior brother Zhang is too kind. This trash should be killed directly. An outer sect waste who doesn't know his own limits dares to provoke our inner sect geniuses. Hurry up and kneel. Don't struggle pointlessly." Facing the siege and ridicule of the crowd, Lin Chen's expression remained cold. "A Peak Foundation establishment clown dares to talk wildly in front of me. You want me to kneel? You are not qualified enough." As soon as his words fell, the whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked by Lin Chen's boldness. Zhang Hao's face turned completely icy cold, and killing intent burst out wildly. "Insolent fool! You are courting death." Boom! Peak Foundation establishment spiritual power erupted in full force, condensing into a sharp blue longsword in the air, slashing straight at Lin Chen's head. The sword wind was sharp enough to split bluestone, carrying terrifying killing power. This was Zhang Hao's killing move, Blue Cloud Sword Slash. He intended to kill Lin Chen with one move to avenge his younger brother. The spectators held their breath, their eyes wide open, waiting to see Lin Chen be split in two, but in the next second, a scene that subverted everyone's cognition appeared. Lin Chen's eyes flashed, and the eternal divine soul's flaw insight was activated to the extreme. Countless flaws on the Blue Cloud Sword Slash were clearly reflected in his eyes. Lin Chen raised his right hand casually, and the Void Spirit Sword that he had obtained from the system reward appeared in his hand out of thin air. Slight Cyan Sword light bloomed, clean and sharp. "Break!" Lin Chen whispered softly. Clang! A clear and piercing sword sound resounded through the sky. The terrifying blue sword light shattered instantly like glass. The Void Spirit Sword's sword light did not weaken at all, sweeping forward fiercely. Puff! Zhang Hao's spiritual defense was broken in an instant. A sword mark appeared on his chest, blood gushing wildly. "Ah!" Zhang Hao let out a miserable scream, his body flying backward heavily, crashing on the ground, sliding dozens of meters before stopping. His whole body was covered in blood, his aura extremely wilted, and his Peak Foundation establishment power was completely suppressed. One sword. Defeat the top inner sect Peak Foundation establishment genius. Dead silence. The entire outer sect was completely silent. All inner sect disciples stared blankly at the scene in front of them, their minds completely blank. The invincible senior brother Zhang Hao was defeated with just one sword. Lin Chen held the Void Spirit Sword in his hand, his figure standing tall and straight, his sword aura sweeping across all directions. He glanced indifferently at the wailing Zhang Hao on the ground, his tone cold and domineering. "Inner sect genius in my eyes, you are no different from ants. Next time you dare to provoke me, I will take your life directly. Peerless Soul Lord, awaken the eternal divine soul at the start." Chapter 7, Inner Sect Assessment, Unmatched Talent. Word spread like wildfire across Azure Flame sect within moments. The renowned top inner sect genius Zhang Hao had been wounded with a single sword strike by Lin Chen, the once scorned outer sect outcast. Shock rippled through every corner of the mountain gates, and no one dared to underestimate Lin Chen any longer. The sect's main hall buzzed with commotion. Several high-ranking elders sat with grave expressions, discussing the sudden rise of this former waste disciple. 3 years ago, Lin Chen's spiritual root was shattered. Everyone thought his path of cultivation was over. Who could have imagined he would stage such a stunning comeback? An elder stroked his long beard, eyes filled with amazement. Zhang Hao is a peak foundation establishment expert, yet he lost so easily. This young man's strength far surpasses his current realm. The sect leader, a dignified man with profound cultivation standing at the nascent soul stage, narrowed his eyes slightly. His potential is extraordinary. Since he has proven his strength, arrange for him to take the inner sect assessment tomorrow. A talent like this should not be confined to the outer section. The decision was set in stone. Messengers soon delivered the notice to Lin Chen's wooden dwelling. Holding the assessment notice in his hand, Lin Chen smiled faintly. This was exactly what he wanted. The outer sect held too few resources to support his rapid cultivation progress. The inner sect was the next stage of his journey. The next morning, the inner sect assessment arena was packed with disciples. Countless outer sect hopefuls gathered here, eager to pass the test and step into the more prestigious inner sect. Among them, many had heard of Lin Chen's deeds and fixed their gazes on him with mixed emotions of awe and wariness. Bai Qianyu also stood among the crowd. Her beautiful face turned cold the moment she saw Lin Chen. She still felt humiliated from their previous confrontation, and she secretly hoped that Lin Chen would stumble during the assessment. The assessment elder stood on the high platform and spoke in a loud voice. The inner sect assessment has 2 parts. First, test your spiritual root quality and cultivation foundation. Second, fight against the assessment puppet. Anyone who can defeat a mid-stage foundation establishment puppet will qualify to enter the inner sect. Most outer sect disciples grew nervous upon hearing the rules. Fighting a foundation establishment puppet was no easy task for ordinary cultivators. The assessment began one by one. Some disciples had mediocre spiritual roots and were eliminated on the spot. Others barely managed to defeat early-stage foundation establishment puppets and failed to meet the standard. Soon, it was Lin Chen's turn. All eyes converged on him instantly. Can he really pass? He beat Zhang Hao, but the assessment puppets are refined with sect formations. They are far tougher than ordinary cultivators. Lin Chen walked onto the testing ground calmly. The spiritual root testing stone lit up the second he approached it. Dazzling golden light burst forth, shining brighter and brighter until it enveloped the entire arena. The radiance was so intense that many people had to shield their eyes. G Grade 9 Top Spiritual Root. The supreme rank that only appears once in 100 years. The assessment elder cried out in shock, his voice trembling with excitement. The entire crowd erupted into an uproar. Grade 9 Top Spiritual Root was the most talented foundation a cultivator could possess. No one had expected the former waste to own such a peerless root. Bai Qianyu's pupils shrank sharply, a trace of unease flashing across her heart. She had always taken pride in her own high-grade spiritual root, but compared with Lin Chen's, it was nothing but dim candlelight beside the blazing sun. Next came the puppet battle. A bronze puppet over 2 meters tall stepped forward, its whole body covered in hard metal armor, exuding the aura of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. It raised its giant fist and charged at Lin Chen without hesitation. Facing the fierce attack, Lin Chen did not even draw his sword. He simply lifted a hand and struck out with his palm. Boom! A powerful wave of spiritual power swept out. The sturdy bronze puppet trembled violently, and countless cracks spread across its body in the blink of an eye. With a loud crash, it collapsed to the ground, completely broken apart. One palm. Done. Silence reigned over the arena for a full 3 breaths before deafening cheers broke out. Passed. He passed effortlessly. This strength is absolutely terrifying. The assessment elder waved his hand immediately. Lin Chen, you have officially become an inner sect disciple. From today onward, you may move to the inner sect residence and enjoy all corresponding resources. Lin Chen nodded slightly, his expression unchanging. This result was never beyond his expectations. He turned and walked off the arena, ignoring the countless stares from the surrounding crowd. Before he could leave, a cold voice stopped him. Lin Chen, don't be too complacent. Bai Qinyu walked over, her eyes cold and aloof. You have entered the inner sect, but the inner sect has countless powerful geniuses. Your momentary glory will not last long. I will surpass you sooner or later. Lin Chen glanced at her indifferently. Feel free to try. But don't cry when you fall further and further behind. After saying this, he left directly, leaving Bai Qinyu standing there, seething with anger. Chapter 8, Seize Core Resources, New Enemies Emerge. Moving into the inner sect residence, Lin Chen finally gained access to richer cultivation resources. Each inner sect disciple received a monthly supply of spirit stones, spiritual pills, and access to the ordinary practice chambers. After settling down, he headed straight for the sect's resource hall to claim his share of supplies. The resource hall was always bustling with inner sect disciples. When Lin Chen stepped inside, all conversation ceased instantly. Everyone recognized the newly famous genius who had defeated Zhang Hao and aced the inner sect assessment. Most people chose to watch from a distance, not daring to provoke him. However, a group of disciples in the corner wore mocking sneers. The leader was a young man named Li Feng, a late-stage Foundation establishment inner sect genius who ranked among the top 20 in the inner sect. He had a close friendship with Zhang Hao and had long held a grudge against Lin Chen for injuring his friend. Li Feng walked forward with slow, arrogant steps, blocking Lin Chen's path. New inner sect disciple. You do have some skills to climb up from the outer sect in such a short time. Li Feng crossed his arms, his tone full of disdain. But do you know the rules of the inner sect? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Rules. Resources in the inner sect are divided by strength. Li Feng grinned coldly. Newcomers like you are only qualified to take the lowest grade supplies. Hand over half of your spirit stones and pills, and I can let you leave safely. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. His companions behind him all laughed loudly, looking at Lin Chen like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. In their eyes, even if Lin Chen was strong, he was still a new arrival who had not yet gained a firm foothold. It was easy for them to bully a newcomer. Many disciples nearby shook their heads secretly. They knew Li Feng's domineering ways, and they guessed Lin Chen would either give in or get into a fierce fight. Lin Chen let out a low chuckle. Want my resources? You have to see if you have the ability to take them. Stubborn fool. Li Feng's expression turned fierce. Since you refuse to listen to advice, I'll teach you a lesson today. He mobilized his late-stage Foundation establishment spiritual power, and his whole body surged with violent energy. He raised his palm and slammed it toward Lin Chen's chest. His moves were ruthless, intending to injure Lin Chen severely. Facing the incoming attack, Lin Chen did not move a muscle. The eternal divine soul's flaw insight activated, and every tiny gap in Li Feng's moves was clearly visible in his eyes. At the moment the palm was about to hit him, Lin Chen sidestepped slightly, easily dodging the attack. Then he stretched out two fingers and tapped lightly on Li Feng's wrist. Crack! A clear bone-cracking sound rang out. Ah! Li Feng let out a shrill scream, his right wrist hanging limply down. The spiritual power circulating in his body instantly became chaotic, and his aura weakened sharply. Lin Chen's figure flashed, appearing right in front of Li Feng in the next second. He pressed a palm against Li Feng's shoulder, and a stream of pure spiritual power poured in. Boom! Li Feng's body flew backward like a kick-sack, crashing heavily into the wall of the resource hall. He slid down to the ground, gasping for breath, completely losing his ability to fight. The several followers behind Li Feng were terrified, their faces turning pale. They never thought Li Feng would be defeated so quickly. They wanted to run away, but Lin Chen's cold gaze swept over them, freezing their footsteps in place. "Anyone else who wants to rob my resources?" Lin Chen asked in a calm yet chilling voice. The group of young men shook their heads frantically, not daring to utter a word. They scrambled to help the injured Li Feng up and fled the resource hall in embarrassment. The surrounding disciples looked at Lin Chen with deeper awe. This new genius was far more formidable than they had imagined. Lin Chen paid no attention to the onlookers. He walked to the counter, collected his monthly spirit stones and spiritual pills, and then turned to leave the resource hall. Back in his residence, he took out the resources he had obtained. With the all-devouring ability of his eternal divine soul, he began to absorb the spiritual energy contained within the spirit stones and pills. Pure spiritual power flowed endlessly into his dantian. His cultivation, which had stayed at foundation establishment peak, began to surge upward once again. The bottleneck before nascent soul is loosening. Lin Chen closed his eyes and focused on cultivating. He knew that defeating Li Feng and Zhang Hao was only the beginning. The inner sect had countless hidden experts, and even more powerful forces lurked within the entire Azure Flame sect. More challenges and battles were waiting for him ahead. But he had no fear. With the eternal supreme divine soul in hand, he would keep breaking through limits, crushing all enemies, and step steadily toward the peak of this cultivation world. Night fell, and the whole inner sect fell into quiet cultivation. Yet the undercurrent of conflict was already surging in the dark. Some senior geniuses had heard about Lin Chen's successive victories and had secretly made up their minds to compete with this rising new star. A bigger storm was brewing silently. Peerless Soul Lord, awaken the eternal divine soul at the start. Chapter 9, Breakthrough Nascent Soul, Terrifying Tribulation. The quiet inner sect residence was wrapped in dense spiritual mist. Lin Chen sat cross-legged on the jade bed, countless spirit stones piled around his body turning into fine powder rapidly. Streams of pure, milky spiritual energy surged into his meridians like endless rivers. His eternal supreme divine soul rotated at high speed, purifying every trace of impure energy, tempering his dantian and spiritual foundation to the most perfect state. Foundation establishment peak was no longer his limit. After devouring all the inner sect resources and the spiritual essence from countless spirit pills, the bottleneck that had blocked countless cultivators for decades finally shattered with a silent roar. Boom! A vast and boundless spiritual tide burst out from his body, sweeping the entire courtyard. The spiritual energy within 100 meters converged madly, forming a visible spiritual vortex above his residence. Nascent soul realm, break. Lin Chen's eyes suddenly opened, and a wisp of golden divine light shot straight into the sky. In his dantian, a tiny, perfect golden infant condensed out of thin air, sitting quietly, containing endless supreme power. Nascent soul early stage. Stable in an instant. Ordinary cultivators needed hundreds of years of accumulation to step into the nascent soul realm, and even top geniuses needed at least 10 years of polishing. But for Lin Chen, it only took one night. Moreover, his nascent soul was pure gold, far surpassing ordinary cyan and white nascent souls. It was a supreme divine nascent soul rarely seen in 10,000 years. Rumble. The sky suddenly darkened, dark clouds surging and rolling above the azure flame sect. Purple thunder light flickered densely between the clouds, and terrifying heavenly pressure enveloped the entire sect mountain. Nascent soul tribulation. Everyone who steps into the nascent soul realm must endure heavenly thunder tribulation. Once failed, both body and soul will be destroyed. What's happening? Such a terrifying tribulation cloud. This thunder pressure is dozens of times stronger than ordinary nascent soul tribulation. Countless inner sect disciples rushed out of their residences, staring up at the violent tribulation sky in shock. The sect leader and several nascent soul elders rushed over in an instant, their faces full of shock and disbelief. This tribulation, it's the supreme divine tribulation. Only cultivators with supreme divine roots will trigger it. It's coming from Lin Chen's courtyard. He has broken through nascent soul overnight. The crowd was completely stunned. Yesterday, Lin Chen was still a foundation establishment cultivator. In just one night, he stepped into nascent soul. Bai Qinyu stood in the distance, her beautiful eyes wide open, filled with unprecedented shock and panic. She had worked hard for 3 years, only barely reaching late-stage foundation establishment. The gap between her and Lin Chen was already wider than a chasm. Inside the courtyard, Lin Chen looked up at the rolling thunder clouds, with no fear in his eyes, only a faint sneer. Heavenly tribulation, just another tonic for me. His eternal divine soul possessed the devouring power of all spirits. Ordinary heavenly thunder that could destroy geniuses was the best refining energy for him. Crack! A thick purple thunder pillar crashed down from the sky, carrying destructive power, blasting straight at Lin Chen's head. The surrounding elders' expressions changed drastically, ready to rush forward to protect him at any time. But the next scene shocked everyone again. Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back, letting the thunder strike his body directly. Zzz. The violent purple thunder wrapped around his body, but it could not hurt him in the slightest. Instead, it was quickly absorbed and purified by his divine soul, turning into pure divine power to temper his flesh and nascent soul. Absorb all. Lin Chen whispered softly. Boom. 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 9 consecutive thunder pillars fell one after another, each more powerful than the last. But all of them were completely devoured by Lin Chen without leaving a trace. The terrifying tribulation cloud gradually dispersed, and the clear sky reappeared. Lin Chen's aura rose steadily again. Nascent soul early stage, nascent soul mid stage, nascent soul late stage, nascent soul peak. He directly completed a full 4 small realm breakthrough in the tribulation. His whole body's aura was vast and unfathomable, far surpassing all inner sect geniuses, even comparable to the sect's old nascent soul elders. Wind Shadow Wolf crouched at his feet, trembling with excitement, feeling the supreme aura of its master. The entire Azure Flame sect fell into dead silence. After a long while, the sect leader let out a long sigh, his eyes full of awe. Our Azure Flame sect has produced a peerless supreme genius that only appears in 10,000 years. Chapter 10, Inner Sect Top Genius Challenges, Instant Annihilation. The shock of Lin Chen's transcending tribulation and soaring to nascent soul peak swept across the entire sect in an instant. All disciples abandoned their cultivation, discussing this heaven-defying rise frantically. Overnight breakthrough to nascent soul, devouring heavenly thunder, 4 consecutive realm upgrades. Every single thing was enough to shock the entire cultivation world. Most people were in awe, but some top geniuses of the inner sect felt endless jealousy and humiliation. Among them, Ye Qianfeng, the #1 genius of Azure Flame inner sect, was the most furious. Ye Qianfeng had stayed at nascent soul early stage for 2 years, steadily polishing his foundation, known as the future pillar of the sect. He had always been aloof and arrogant, looking down on all peer disciples. But now, a newcomer who had just entered the inner sect had surpassed him in one night, stealing all his limelight. How could he endure this in the inner sect peak arena? Countless disciples gathered again. Ye Qianfeng stood proudly in the center of the arena, his white robe fluttering, a long sword hanging at his waist, his whole body exuding sharp and cold sword intent. His eyes swept across the crowd, and finally locked on Lin Chen, who walked over unhurriedly. Lin Chen. Ye Qianfeng's voice was cold and piercing. You are indeed a little talented, but your arrogance is too rampant. Rising overnight, relying on strange luck to cross tribulation and break through, you think you can crush all inner sect geniuses. I, Ye Qianfeng, challenge you. I want to let you know, the gap between a real top genius and a lucky trash is insurmountable. His challenge was extremely domineering, resounding across the entire arena. All the disciples held their breath, their eyes burning with anticipation. The #1 inner sect genius vs the new rising peerless genius. This is a top-level battle. Ye Qianfeng's swordsmanship is unparalleled in the inner sect. He has defeated countless nascent soul cultivators. Lin Chen just broke through. His foundation must be unstable. He will definitely lose. Bai Qinyu stood in the crowd, her hands clenched tightly, secretly hoping that Ye Qianfeng would defeat Lin Chen and suppress his arrogance. Lin Chen stood outside the arena, looking at Ye Qianfeng's arrogant appearance, a faint mocking smile appeared on his lips. You want to challenge me? Do you have the qualification? One casual sentence instantly enraged Ye Qianfeng. Arrogant. Die. Ye Qianfeng drew his sword in an instant. A dazzling white sword light soared into the sky, carrying pure and fierce sword intent, slicing through the air and rushing straight at Lin Chen. This was his strongest killing move, White Void Sword Art. The sword light was fast, ruthless, and sharp enough to split ordinary nascent soul cultivators in half. The spectators' eyes widened, convinced that Lin Chen would be severely injured if he faced this move head-on. But in Lin Chen's eyes, this peerless sword move full of killing intent was riddled with trivial flaws. Eternal Divine Soul Flaw Insight operated to the extreme, seeing through all trajectories and weaknesses in an instant. Lin Chen did not even draw his Void Spirit sword. He raised 2 fingers casually, pinching them gently in the air. Clang! A clear metal collision sound exploded. The terrifying white void sword light was actually clamped firmly between Lin Chen's 2 fingers, unable to advance an inch. The entire arena was petrified. Pinch the peerless sword light with 2 fingers. Ye Qianfeng's pupils shrank to the extreme, his face full of horrified disbelief. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He poured all his spiritual power into the long sword, trying to break free, but the sword light was as stable as a mountain, without the slightest shake. Lin Chen's eyes turned cold. Since you want to fight, I'll fulfill you. Flick of his fingers. Crack. The white sword light shattered instantly. The powerful counter-shock force burst out fiercely. Puff! Ye Chen Feng suffered a heavy internal injury, spitting out a big mouthful of blood, and his body flew backward heavily, crashing onto the arena ground. His long sword bounced away and inserted into the ground, trembling non-stop. One move. Defeat the inner sect's number one genius. Lin Chen stepped onto the arena slowly, his figure tall and domineering, overlooking the fallen Ye Chen Feng. This is your so-called top genius strength. In my eyes, it's just a joke. From today on, Lin Chen was the undisputed number one genius of Azure Flame Sect, Peerless Soul Lord, awaken the eternal divine soul at the start. Chapter 11, Sect's Secret Realm opens, all geniuses gather. After defeating Ye Chen Feng in a single move, Lin Chen's reputation soared to unprecedented heights within Azure Flame Sect. Every disciple, whether inner or outer, spoke of him with reverence. No one dared to challenge his status as the sect's top genius any longer. 3 days later, a grand announcement echoed across the entire mountain range. The ancient Azure Flame Secret Realm, which sealed once every 50 years, was about to open its gates. This secret realm was left behind by the sect's ancient ancestors. It housed countless rare spirit herbs, ancient martial arts manuals, heavenly treasures and natural fortunes. For every cultivator in the sect, entering the secret realm meant a chance to soar in strength. Only the most outstanding disciples of the inner sect were qualified to take part. Each person would receive a protective jade token to shield them from the dangerous ancient formations inside. Inside the main hall, the sect leader stood before the gathered elites, his voice solemn. The secret realm is filled with ferocious ancient spirit beasts and deadly traps. You may gain great fortune, but you will also face life-threatening dangers. Do not act recklessly, and prioritize your own safety. He glanced over the crowd, and his gaze finally settled on Lin Chen. Lin Chen, your strength stands above all peers. This time, I hope you can bring back more opportunities for the section. I will do my best. Lin Chen nodded calmly. Nearby, Bai Qinyu, Ye Chen Feng and other top geniuses all wore complex expressions. They had all suffered losses at Lin Chen's hands, yet they dared not show any hostility openly. In the secret realm, strength was everything, and none of them were confident of defeating Lin Chen. Shortly after, a towering ancient gate covered with runes slowly creaked open at the foot of the mountain. Thick white mist surged out, carrying a long-lost ancient aura. Enter now. The secret realm will stay open for 7 days. An elder shouted. Dozens of elite disciples rushed into the mist one after another. Lin Chen also stepped forward, with the Wind Shadow Wolf closely following at his heels. The wolf's strength had improved greatly under his nurturing, now ranking among first-class spirit beasts. The moment they crossed the gate, the surrounding scenery changed completely. Lush ancient trees towered into the clouds, exotic flowers bloomed everywhere, and the spiritual energy here was 10 times denser than outside. What rich spiritual energy! Cultivating here for 1 day equals 10 days outside. Many disciples exclaimed joyfully. The crowd soon split into small groups and scattered in all directions. Everyone wanted to seize treasures before others did. Lin Chen did not follow the main path. With the help of Flaw Insight, he could see the hidden spiritual veins and treasure locations deep in the mountains clearly. Ordinary disciples could only wander around the outer areas, while he headed straight for the core zone of the secret realm. Before long, he spotted a cluster of glowing blue spiritual herbs growing beside a clear stream. They were Isol grass, a precious material used to refine high-grade spirit pills. Just as he was about to collect them, three figures suddenly jumped out from behind the trees, blocking his way. These were three mid-stage nascent soul disciples from a small affiliated branch of Azure Flame sect. They had long heard of Lin Chen's fame and harbored jealousy. Spotting him alone, they decided to rob his gains. "Hand over all the spiritual herbs you find, and we'll let you leave safely." The leading disciple grinned viciously. Lin Chen let out a faint laugh. "Three mid-stage nascent soul cultivators dare to block my path. You truly do not know fear. Arrogant. Attack together." The three men charged forward simultaneously, launching fierce combined attacks. Their spiritual power intertwined, forming a tough defensive barrier and a crushing offensive. Lin Chen did not even draw his sword. He waved his sleeve casually, and surging golden divine power swept out like a tidal wave. Boom! The combined attack shattered instantly. The three disciples were sent flying backward, landing heavily on the ground, their spiritual power in complete chaos. They stared at Lin Chen in terror, not daring to make another move. "Get lost. Next time you attempt to rob me, you will lose your lives." Lin Chen spoke coldly. The three men scrambled to their feet and fled in panic without a single word. Lin Chen bent down and gathered all the ice soul grass, then continued toward the secret realm's core. Chapter 12, Ancient Spirit Beast, Seize the Heavenly Core. Deep in the Azure Flame secret realm, the terrain became increasingly rugged, and the roars of powerful spirit beasts echoed endlessly from all directions. Even top inner sect geniuses would choose to detour around this area. Lin Chen pressed forward unhesitatingly. His eternal divine soul could sense the strength of all creatures within 1,000 meters, allowing him to avoid unnecessary troubles easily. After walking for another hour, a dazzling golden light broke through the dense forest ahead. A rich, warm spiritual energy spread far and wide, stirring the hearts of all cultivators nearby. "That's a heavenly sun core. A top-grade heavenly treasure." Lin Chen's eyes lit up. The heavenly sun core contained pure yang energy. Consuming it could greatly purify one's meridians, strengthen the nascent soul, and even break through realm bottlenecks smoothly. It was a priceless treasure that countless nascent soul experts would fight over. When he rushed over, he saw a huge golden lion crouching beside the glowing core. Its body was covered with golden scales, its eyes sharp as blades, and its aura reached the late-stage nascent soul level. It was an ancient golden flame lion, the guardian beast of this treasure. Roar! The golden flame lion let out a deafening roar the moment it saw Lin Chen. Flames spurted from its mouth, turning the surrounding air scorching hot. It bared its sharp fangs, ready to drive away the intruder. At the same time, several other groups of disciples also arrived one after another. Among them were Ye Chenfeng and Bai Qinyu. When they saw the heavenly sun core and the powerful guardian beast, their eyes were filled with greed. "It's the heavenly sun core. We must get it!" Ye Chenfeng exclaimed excitedly. "But the golden flame lion is a late-stage nascent soul beast. It's extremely difficult to deal with alone. Let's team up first to defeat it, then divide the treasure," another genius suggested. Everyone agreed instantly. No one wanted to miss such a rare opportunity. All of them stared warily at the lion, yet none dared to make the first move. Bai Qinyu glanced at Lin Chen beside her, a complicated look flashing across her face. She knew Lin Chen's strength was the strongest here. If he took action first, no one else would stand a chance. "Everyone, stop hesitating, attack together!" Ye Chenfeng shouted and took the lead to rush forward, sword light flashing sharply. The rest of the geniuses followed closely. Dozens of attacks of different styles bombarded the Golden Flame Lion all at once. The lion roared angrily, rolling up blazing flames all over its body. The fire waves collided with the incoming attacks, setting off violent explosions one after another. The ground trembled continuously, and smoke and dust filled the air. Although the lion was powerful, facing the siege of so many nascent soul cultivators, it gradually fell into a disadvantage. Its golden scales cracked in several places, and blood oozed out. It's injured. Keep attacking. The crowd grew more energetic. Just as the lion was about to collapse, Lin Chen finally moved. He took a single step, and his figure turned into a golden stream of light, instantly appearing beside the heavenly sun core. Before anyone could react, he put the glowing core into his storage ring. Not good. He's taking the treasure. Someone shouted in alarm. Ye Chenfeng and the others spun around quickly, their faces turning gloomy. They had spent so much energy to wear down the spirit beast, only to let Lin Chen reap the fruits of their labor. Lin Chen, you are too greedy. Hand over the heavenly sun core at once. Ye Chenfeng roared angrily. Lin Chen stood there calmly, the wind shadow wolf guarding his side. The treasure in the secret realm belongs to whoever has the strength to take it. If you are not convinced, come and fight me. His domineering words made everyone's faces twitch. None of them dared to fight him one-on-one. Even joining forces, they were not fully confident. The injured Golden Flame Lion seized this chance to retreat into the deep woods, not daring to stay any longer. Bai Qinyu sighed softly. She knew that today's treasure was destined to fall into Lin Chen's hands. She waved her hand and turned to leave. The others also hesitated for a while, then scattered unwillingly. After the crowd left, Lin Chen took out the heavenly sun core. The warm yang energy wrapped around his body the moment it appeared. He sat cross-legged on the spot and began to absorb its power. With the assistance of his eternal divine soul, the pure energy was refined rapidly and merged into his nascent soul. Boom! His realm broke through again in the blink of an eye, advancing from nascent soul peak to the early stage of spirit transformation. A more profound and unfathomable aura spread out, shaking the surrounding ancient trees. Spirit transformation realm. The road ahead becomes wider and wider. Lin Chen opened his eyes, a bright light flashing within his pupils. He rose to his feet and continued to explore deeper into the secret realm. More ancient treasures and formidable opponents were waiting for him ahead. Peerless Soul Lord, awaken the eternal divine soul at the start. Chapter 11, Sect's Secret Realm opens, all geniuses gather. After defeating Ye Chenfeng in a single move, Lin Chen's reputation soared to unprecedented heights within Azure Flame Sect. Every disciple, whether inner or outer, spoke of him with reverence. No one dared to challenge his status as the sect's top genius any longer. 3 days later, a grand announcement echoed across the entire mountain range. The ancient Azure Flame secret realm, which sealed once every 50 years, was about to open its gates. This secret realm was left behind by the sect's ancient ancestors. It housed countless rare spirit herbs, ancient martial arts manuals, heavenly treasures and natural fortunes. For every cultivator in the sect, entering the secret realm meant a chance to soar in strength. Only the most outstanding disciples of the inner sect were qualified to take part. Each person would receive a protective jade token to shield them from the dangerous ancient formations inside. Inside the main hall, the sect leader stood before the gathered elites, his voice solemn. The secret realm is filled with ferocious ancient spirit beasts and deadly traps. You may gain great fortune, but you will also face life-threatening dangers. Do not act recklessly, and prioritize your own safety. He glanced over the crowd, and his gaze finally settled on Lin Chen. Lin Chen, your strength stands above all peers. This time, I hope you can bring back more opportunities for the section. I will do my best. Lin Chen nodded calmly. Nearby, Bai Qinyu, Ye Chenfeng and other top geniuses all wore complex expressions. They had all suffered losses at Lin Chen's hands, yet they dared not show any hostility openly. In the secret realm, strength was everything, and none of them were confident of defeating Lin Chen. Shortly after, a towering ancient gate covered with runes slowly creaked open at the foot of the mountain. Thick white mist surged out, carrying a long-lost ancient aura. Enter now. The secret realm will stay open for 7 days. An elder shouted. Dozens of elite disciples rushed into the mist one after another. Lin Chen also stepped forward, with the Wind Shadow Wolf closely following at his heels. The wolf's strength had improved greatly under his nurturing, now ranking among first-class spirit beasts. The moment they crossed the gate, the surrounding scenery changed completely. Lush ancient trees towered into the clouds, exotic flowers bloomed everywhere, and the spiritual energy here was 10 times denser than outside. What rich spiritual energy! Cultivating here for 1 day equals 10 days outside. Many disciples exclaimed joyfully. The crowd soon split into small groups and scattered in all directions. Everyone wanted to seize treasures before others did. Lin Chen did not follow the main path. With the help of Flaw Insight, he could see the hidden spiritual veins and treasure locations deep in the mountains clearly. Ordinary disciples could only wander around the outer areas, while he headed straight for the core zone of the secret realm. Before long, he spotted a cluster of glowing blue spiritual herbs growing beside a clear stream. They were Isol grass, a precious material used to refine high-grade spirit pills. Just as he was about to collect them, 3 figures suddenly jumped out from behind the trees, blocking his way. These were 3 mid-stage nascent soul disciples from a small affiliated branch of Azure Flame sect. They had long heard of Lin Chen's fame and harbored jealousy. Spotting him alone, they decided to rob his gains. Hand over all the spiritual herbs you find, and we'll let you leave safely. The leading disciple grinned viciously. Lin Chen let out a faint laugh. 3 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators dare to block my path. You truly do not know fear. Arrogant. Attack together. The 3 men charged forward simultaneously, launching fierce combined attacks. Their spiritual power intertwined, forming a tough defensive barrier and a crushing offensive. Lin Chen did not even draw his sword. He waved his sleeve casually, and surging golden divine power swept out like a tidal wave. Boom! The combined attack shattered instantly. The 3 disciples were sent flying backward, landing heavily on the ground, their spiritual power in complete chaos. They stared at Lin Chen in terror, not daring to make another move. Get lost. Next time you attempt to rob me, you will lose your lives. Lin Chen spoke coldly. The 3 men scrambled to their feet and fled in panic without a single word. Lin Chen bent down and gathered all the Isol grass, then continued toward the secret realm's core. Chapter 12, Ancient Spirit Beast, Seize the Heavenly Core. Deep in the Azure Flame secret realm, the terrain became increasingly rugged, and the roars of powerful spirit beasts echoed endlessly from all directions. Even top inner sect geniuses would choose to detour around this area. Lin Chen pressed forward unhesitatingly. His eternal divine soul could sense the strength of all creatures within 1,000 meters, allowing him to avoid unnecessary troubles easily. After walking for another hour, a dazzling golden light broke through the dense forest ahead. A rich, Warm spiritual energy spread far and wide, stirring the hearts of all cultivators nearby. That's a heavenly sun core. A top-grade heavenly treasure. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. The heavenly sun core contained pure yang energy. Consuming it could greatly purify one's meridians, strengthen the nascent soul, and even break through realm bottlenecks smoothly. It was a priceless treasure that countless nascent soul experts would fight over. When he rushed over, he saw a huge golden lion crouching beside the glowing core. Its body was covered with golden scales, its eyes sharp as blades, and its aura reached the late-stage nascent soul level. It was an ancient golden flame lion, the guardian beast of this treasure. Roar! The golden flame lion let out a deafening roar the moment it saw Lin Chen. Flames spurted from its mouth, turning the surrounding air scorching hot. It bared its sharp fangs, ready to drive away the intruder. At the same time, several other groups of disciples also arrived one after another. Among them were Ye Chenfeng and Bai Qinyu. When they saw the heavenly sun core and the powerful guardian beast, their eyes were filled with greed. It's the heavenly sun core. We must get it. Ye Chenfeng exclaimed excitedly. But the golden flame lion is a late-stage nascent soul beast. It's extremely difficult to deal with alone. Let's team up first to defeat it, then divide the treasure. Another genius suggested. Everyone agreed instantly. No one wanted to miss such a rare opportunity. All of them stared warily at the lion, yet none dared to make the first move. Bai Qinyu glanced at Lin Chen beside her, a complicated look flashing across her face. She knew Lin Chen's strength was the strongest here. If he took action first, no one else would stand a chance. Everyone, stop hesitating. Attack together. Ye Chenfeng shouted and took the lead to rush forward, sword light flashing sharply. The rest of the geniuses followed closely. Dozens of attacks of different styles bombarded the golden flame lion all at once. The lion roared angrily, rolling up blazing flames all over its body. The fire waves collided with the incoming attacks, setting off violent explosions one after another. The ground trembled continuously, and smoke and dust filled the air. Although the lion was powerful, facing the siege of so many nascent soul cultivators, it gradually fell into a disadvantage. Its golden scales cracked in several places, and blood oozed out. It's injured. Keep attacking. The crowd grew more energetic. Just as the lion was about to collapse, Lin Chen finally moved. He took a single step, and his figure turned into a golden stream of light, instantly appearing beside the heavenly sun core. Before anyone could react, he put the glowing core into his storage ring. Not good. He's taking the treasure. Someone shouted in alarm. Ye Chenfeng and the others spun around quickly, their faces turning gloomy. They had spent so much energy to wear down the spirit beast, only to let Lin Chen reap the fruits of their labor. Lin Chen, you are too greedy. Hand over the heavenly sun core at once. Ye Chenfeng roared angrily. Lin Chen stood there calmly, the wind shadow wolf guarding his side. The treasure in the secret realm belongs to whoever has the strength to take it. If you are not convinced, come and fight me. His domineering words made everyone's faces twitch. None of them dared to fight him one-on-one. Even joining forces, they were not fully confident. The injured golden flame lion seized this chance to retreat into the deep woods, not daring to stay any longer. Bai Qinyu sighed softly. She knew that today's treasure was destined to fall into Lin Chen's hands. She waved her hand and turned to leave. The others also hesitated for a while, then scattered unwillingly. After the crowd left, Lin Chen took out the heavenly sun core. The warm yang energy wrapped around his body the moment it appeared. He sat cross-legged on the spot and began to absorb its power. With the assistance of his eternal divine soul, the pure energy was refined rapidly and merged into his nascent soul. Boom! His realm broke through again in the blink of an eye, advancing from nascent soul peak to the early stage of spirit transformation. A more profound and unfathomable aura spread out, shaking the surrounding ancient trees. Spirit transformation realm. The road ahead becomes wider and wider. Lin Chen opened his eyes, a bright light flashing within his pupils. He rose to his feet and continued to explore deeper into the secret realm. More ancient treasures and formidable opponents were waiting for him ahead. Chapter 13, Invaders from Outside, Ambush in the Secret Realm. After stepping into the spirit transformation early stage, Lin Chen's senses became far sharper. Every rustle of leaves and flow of spiritual energy within a mile fell clearly into his perception. He pressed deeper into the core zone of the Azure Flame secret realm, where the most precious ancient relics were rumored to lie. The forest grew darker, and the air carried a faint cold killing intent. Lin Chen's footsteps halted abruptly. The wind shadow wolf beside him bared its fangs, growling low in warning. "Finally show yourselves," Lin Chen said coldly. Whoosh! 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 7 figures in black robes leaped out from behind the giant trees, surrounding Lin Chen in an instant. Their faces were covered by masks, and their auras were cold and sinister, clearly not disciples of Azure Flame sect. The leading man exuded the aura of spirit transformation mid-stage, his eyes filled with greed and cruelty. "We've been watching you for a long time. You grabbed the heavenly sun core and countless spirit herbs along the way. Hand over all your treasures, and we'll leave you a whole corpse." These were wandering cultivators from neighboring forces. They had sneaked into the secret realm secretly, preying on Azure Flame's disciples and robbing treasures. They had targeted Lin Chen the moment they saw him harvest rare resources one after another. "Sneaking into our sect's secret realm to rob and kill, you're truly bold." Lin Chen's eyes turned icy. He had no mercy for these lawless looters. "Stubborn fool." The black-robed leader waved his hand. "Attack together. Kill him quickly." The 6 subordinates charged forward at once. Their moves were vicious, aiming straight for vital points. Their combined spiritual power wove into a dense killing net, sealing off all escape routes. Lin Chen stood still, activating Flaw Insight to its limit. Every gap and weakness in their coordinated attacks was laid bare before his eyes. He raised the Void Spirit Sword in his hand, and a faint cyan sword light bloomed. Swoosh! His figure flickered like a phantom, shuttling through the killing net. The sword light flashed continuously without pause. Clang! Bang! Thud! A series of crisp sounds rang out. In less than 10 breaths, the 6 black-robed men were all struck down. Their spiritual power was scattered, and they lay on the ground moaning, completely losing the ability to fight. The leading spirit transformation mid-stage cultivator's expression changed drastically. He never expected his subordinates to be defeated so easily. A trace of fear rose in his heart, yet he still gritted his teeth and rushed forward personally. Dark Demon Palm. Black demonic energy surged around his palms, carrying a corrosive power that could erode spiritual defenses. The palm wind swept toward Lin Chen's chest with overwhelming momentum. Lin Chen let out a sneer, flipping his wrist and swinging the Void Spirit Sword upward. Break! The cyan sword light cut through the black demonic energy like a sharp blade slicing through paper. It landed heavily on the man's shoulder. Puff! Blood spurted out. The black-robed leader let out a shrill scream, his arm hanging limply. He stumbled backward, staring at Lin Chen with terror. Spirit transformation early stage, how can your strength be so terrifying? You don't need to know. Lin Chen took a step forward. Who sent you? Are there more of your people hiding in the secret realm? Under the threat of death, the man did not dare to hide anything. He stammered out the truth. Dozens of rogue cultivators had infiltrated the secret realm, splitting into small teams to ambush disciples everywhere. After getting the information, Lin Chen waved his sleeve and knocked the group unconscious. He had no time to waste on them. He glanced toward the deepest part of the secret realm, where an extremely powerful ancient aura was rippling. The ultimate treasure must be over there. He patted the Wind Shadow Wolf's head and continued advancing. Chapter 14, Ancient Divine Pagoda, Fight for the Supreme Inheritance. After traveling another half an hour, a towering 9-story stone pagoda appeared in the center of the secret realm. It stood between heaven and earth, covered with ancient and mysterious runes. Streaks of divine light flowed around it, and a vast ancient pressure spread for miles. This was the Azure Flame Divine Pagoda, the most precious heritage left by the sect's founding ancestor. It was also the ultimate treasure of the secret realm. When Lin Chen arrived, many figures had already gathered around the pagoda. Ye Chenfeng, Bai Qinyu and other top Azure Flame geniuses were all present. Besides them, several groups of foreign cultivators also lingered nearby, eyes burning with greed. Among the outsiders stood a tall young man in a purple robe. His aura reached spirit transformation late stage, far stronger than everyone else present. He was Qin Hao, the top genius of the neighboring Purple Cloud sect, who had long been famous across the region. Qin Hao swept his gaze over the crowd, his tone arrogant and domineering. This divine pagoda's inheritance belongs to me today. All of you, step aside voluntarily, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Ye Chenfeng's face turned ugly. Qin Hao, this is our Azure Flame sect's secret realm. How dare you act so wildly here? Wild? Qin Hao laughed coldly. Strength speaks for itself. If you have the ability, come and stop me. No one dared to act rashly. Qin Hao's strength was overwhelming. Even if all Azure Flame's geniuses joined forces, they might not be a match for him. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Lin Chen walked over slowly. His calm figure instantly drew all eyes. Qin Hao sized Lin Chen up and down, a look of disdain flashing across his face. Another Azure Flame disciple. I heard you defeated a few of your peers. But in front of me, you are still nothing. Lin Chen ignored his provocation and looked at the divine pagoda. The inheritance inside is meant for those with enough strength. Talking big is useless. Bold words. Qin Hao's expression turned cold. Since you want to seek death, I'll fulfill you first. He took the initiative to attack. Purple spiritual power condensed into a giant claw shadow in the air, tearing toward Lin Chen's head with fierce power. The surrounding crowd retreated quickly, watching the battle nervously. Everyone thought Lin Chen would be forced into a difficult position. But Lin Chen's figure shifted slightly. He raised his palm, and golden divine power surged out. Boom! The purple claw shadow shattered on the spot. The remaining power sent Qin Hao staggering back 3 steps, his face full of shock. Your realm is higher than mine, yet your strength is far inferior. Lin Chen said indifferently. Humiliation burned in Qin Hao's heart. He roared and unleashed his full strength. Layer upon layer of purple spiritual waves rolled out, forming a grand formation to trap Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eternal divine soul trembled, releasing a sweeping soul pressure. The formation's runes flickered wildly and collapsed in an instant. He moved forward in one stride, appearing right before Qin Hao. A simple palm strike landed on Qin Hao's chest. Puff! Qin Hao spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura fading sharply. He flew dozens of meters away and crashed onto the ground, completely defeated. One move defeated the top genius of Purple Cloud Sect. The whole crowd was stunned. Fear appeared on the faces of the remaining foreign cultivators, and they dared not stay any longer. They turned and fled into the woods in panic. Ye Chenfeng and Bai Qinyu looked at Lin Chen with complicated emotions. The gap between them had become an insurmountable chasm. Lin Chen paid them no mind. He pushed open the ancient gate of the divine pagoda and stepped inside. The 9 floors of the pagoda contained endless trials, supreme martial arts and boundless spiritual energy. The true test and greater fortune were waiting for him within. Chapter 13, Invaders from Outside, Ambush in the Secret Realm. After stepping into the spirit transformation early stage, Lin Chen's senses became far sharper. Every rustle of leaves and flow of spiritual energy within a mile fell clearly into his perception. He pressed deeper into the core zone of the Azure Flame secret realm, where the most precious ancient relics were rumored to lie. The forest grew darker, and the air carried a faint cold killing intent. Lin Chen's footsteps halted abruptly. The wind shadow wolf beside him bared its fangs, growling low in warning. Finally show yourselves. Lin Chen said coldly. Whoosh! 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 7 figures in black robes leaped out from behind the giant trees, surrounding Lin Chen in an instant. Their faces were covered by masks, and their auras were cold and sinister, clearly not disciples of Azure Flame sect. The leading man exuded the aura of spirit transformation mid-stage, his eyes filled with greed and cruelty. We've been watching you for a long time. You grabbed the heavenly sun core and countless spirit herbs along the way. Hand over all your treasures, and we'll leave you a whole corpse. These were wandering cultivators from neighboring forces. They had sneaked into the secret realm secretly, preying on Azure Flame's disciples and robbing treasures. They had targeted Lin Chen the moment they saw him harvest rare resources one after another. Sneaking into our sect's secret realm to rob and kill, you're truly bold. Lin Chen's eyes turned icy. He had no mercy for these lawless looters. Stubborn fool. The black-robed leader waved his hand. Attack together. Kill him quickly. The 6 subordinates charged forward at once. Their moves were vicious, aiming straight for vital points. Their combined spiritual power wove into a dense killing net, sealing off all escape routes. Lin Chen stood still, activating Flaw Insight to its limit. Every gap and weakness in their coordinated attacks was laid bare before his eyes. He raised the Void Spirit Sword in his hand, and a faint cyan sword light bloomed. Swoosh! His figure flickered like a phantom, shuttling through the killing net. The sword light flashed continuously without pause. Clang! Bang! Thud! A series of crisp sounds rang out. In less than 10 breaths, the 6 black-robed men were all struck down. Their spiritual power was scattered, and they lay on the ground moaning, completely losing the ability to fight. The leading spirit transformation mid-stage cultivator's expression changed drastically. He never expected his subordinates to be defeated so easily. A trace of fear rose in his heart, yet he still gritted his teeth and rushed forward personally. Dark Demon Palm. Black demonic energy surged around his palms, carrying a corrosive power that could erode spiritual defenses. The palm wind swept toward Lin Chen's chest with overwhelming momentum. Lin Chen let out a sneer, flipping his wrist and swinging the Void Spirit Sword upward. Break! The cyan sword light cut through the black demonic energy like a sharp blade slicing through paper. It landed heavily on the man's shoulder. Puff! Blood spurted out. The black-robed leader let out a shrill scream, his arm hanging limply. He stumbled backward, staring at Lin Chen with terror. Spirit transformation early stage, how can your strength be so terrifying? You don't need to know. Lin Chen took a step forward. Who sent you? Are there more of your people hiding in the secret realm? Under the threat of death, the man did not dare to hide anything. He stammered out the truth. Dozens of rogue cultivators had infiltrated the secret realm, splitting into small teams to ambush disciples everywhere. After getting the information, Lin Chen waved his sleeve and knocked the group unconscious. He had no time to waste on them. He glanced toward the deepest part of the secret realm, where an extremely powerful ancient aura was rippling. The ultimate treasure must be over there. He patted the Wind Shadow Wolf's head and continued advancing. Chapter 14, Ancient Divine Pagoda, Fight for the Supreme Inheritance. After traveling another half an hour, a towering 9-story stone pagoda appeared in the center of the secret realm. It stood between heaven and earth, covered with ancient and mysterious runes. Streaks of divine light flowed around it, and a vast ancient pressure spread for miles. This was the Azure Flame Divine Pagoda, the most precious heritage left by the sect's founding ancestor. It was also the ultimate treasure of the secret realm. When Lin Chen arrived, many figures had already gathered around the pagoda. Ye Chenfeng, Bai Qinyu and other top Azure Flame geniuses were all present. Besides them, several groups of foreign cultivators also lingered nearby, eyes burning with greed. Among the outsiders stood a tall young man in a purple robe. His aura reached spirit transformation late stage, far stronger than everyone else present. He was Qin Hao, the top genius of the neighboring Purple Cloud sect, who had long been famous across the region. Qin Hao swept his gaze over the crowd, his tone arrogant and domineering. This divine pagoda's inheritance belongs to me today. All of you, step aside voluntarily, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Ye Chenfeng's face turned ugly. Qin Hao, this is our Azure Flame sect's secret realm. How dare you act so wildly here? Wild? Qin Hao laughed coldly. Strength speaks for itself. If you have the ability, come and stop me. No one dared to act rashly. Qin Hao's strength was overwhelming. Even if all Azure Flame's geniuses joined forces, they might not be a match for him. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Lin Chen walked over slowly. His calm figure instantly drew all eyes. Qin Hao sized Lin Chen up and down, a look of disdain flashing across his face. Another Azure Flame disciple. I heard you defeated a few of your peers. But in front of me, you are still nothing. Lin Chen ignored his provocation and looked at the divine pagoda. The inheritance inside is meant for those with enough strength. Talking big is useless. Bold words. Qin Hao's expression turned cold. Since you want to seek death, I'll fulfill you first. He took the initiative to attack. Purple spiritual power condensed into a giant claw shadow in the air, tearing toward Lin Chen's head with fierce power. The surrounding crowd retreated quickly, watching the battle nervously. Everyone thought Lin Chen would be forced into a difficult position. But Lin Chen's figure shifted slightly. He raised his palm, and golden divine power surged out. Boom! The purple claw shadow shattered on the spot. The remaining power sent Qin Hao staggering back 3 steps, his face full of shock. Your realm is higher than mine, yet your strength is far inferior. Lin Chen said indifferently. Humiliation burned in Qin Hao's heart. He roared and unleashed his full strength. Layer upon layer of purple spiritual waves rolled out, forming a grand formation to trap Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eternal divine soul trembled, releasing a sweeping soul pressure. The formation's runes flickered wildly and collapsed in an instant. He moved forward in one stride, appearing right before Qin Hao. A simple palm strike landed on Qin Hao's chest. Puff! Qin Hao spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura fading sharply. He flew dozens of meters away and crashed onto the ground, completely defeated. One move defeated the top genius of Purple Cloud Sect. The whole crowd was stunned. Fear appeared on the faces of the remaining foreign cultivators, and they dared not stay any longer. They turned and fled into the woods in panic. Ye Chenfeng and Bai Qinyu looked at Lin Chen with complicated emotions. The gap between them had become an insurmountable chasm. Lin Chen paid them no mind. He pushed open the ancient gate of the divine pagoda and stepped inside. The 9 floors of the pagoda contained endless trials, supreme martial arts and boundless spiritual energy. The true test and greater fortune were waiting for him within. Chapter 15, Trials of the Pagoda, crushing every level. Stepping into the azure flame divine pagoda, Lin Chen was instantly wrapped in a soft, ancient spiritual mist. The interior was vast and boundless, far larger than it looked from the outside. Faint golden runes floated in the air, emanating a solemn and sacred aura that had endured for thousands of years. A deep, ethereal voice echoed throughout the first floor. Enter the trial ground. Defeat the phantom warrior to pass through and advance upward. As the voice faded, a tall phantom figure materialized ahead. It wore ancient armor and wielded a broad blade, possessing the combat power of a spirit transformation mid-stage cultivator. Its movements were steady and fierce, retaining all the fighting skills of ancient sect experts. Outside the pagoda, Ye Chenfeng, Bai Qinyu and the other disciples stood waiting. They knew how brutal the pagoda trials were. Many talented cultivators had been trapped on the first or second floor for years, unable to proceed further. The first floor phantom is no easy foe. I wonder how long Lin Chen can hold out, Bai Qinyu muttered to herself, her eyes fixed on the closed pagoda gate. Before her words even faded, a dull bang came from within. In merely 3 breaths, the phantom warrior shattered into countless light specks and vanished. First floor cleared. The crowd fell silent once again. Clearing the first floor in an instant was beyond their wildest expectations. Inside the pagoda, Lin Chen did not pause. A staircase of light appeared beneath his feet, leading straight to the second floor. The second trial was a formation trap woven by ancient runes. Countless sharp light blades shot from all directions, leaving almost no room to dodge. With Flaw Insight activated, every gap in the formation was crystal clear to him. He walked forward unhurriedly, moving his body between the dense light blades as if strolling in a garden. None of the attacks could even graze his clothes. Moments later, the entire formation collapsed. The second floor was conquered effortlessly. Third floor, fourth floor, fifth floor, Lin Chen advanced floor by floor without any hindrance. Phantom beasts, illusionary realms, power suppression arrays, all the trials that had stopped countless geniuses were nothing more than child's play before his eternal divine soul and overwhelming strength. On the 6th floor, the trial raised to spirit transformation late-stage combat power. A giant stone golem roared and charged, its fists heavy enough to crush mountains. Lin Chen merely stretched out a single hand to catch its punch. A gentle flick of his wrist sent the massive golem flying backward and breaking apart. By the time he reached the 7th floor, the surrounding spiritual energy grew thick and tangible. A steady stream of pure ancient essence poured into his body, nourishing his meridians and nascent soul non-stop. Boom! His cultivation broke through silently, advancing from spirit transformation early stage straight to spirit transformation mid stage. His aura became deeper and more imposing. Outside the pagoda, the crowd watched the layers of divine light flickering on the pagoda's surface one after another. Each flash meant Lin Chen had passed another level. Their faces were filled with shock and awe. He's already on the 7th floor. This speed is unprecedented in our sect's history. Even the sect's founding ancestors' descendants could not climb so smoothly back then. Jealousy lingered in Ye Chenfeng's eyes, but he knew clearly that the gap between him and Lin Chen had become irreparable. He could only sigh helplessly. Lin Chen kept moving upward. The 8th floor held a heart demon illusion, which reflected one's deepest fears and obsessions to shake the mind. Yet his will was as firm as steel. The illusory scenes faded the moment they appeared, unable to affect him in the slightest. Finally, he set foot on the 9th floor, the top floor of the Divine Pagoda, where the core inheritance resided. Chapter 16, Ancestors' Legacy, Advance to Void-Prying Realm. The 9th floor was bathed in endless golden divine radiance. In the center stood an ancient stone altar, and above it floated a translucent golden scroll, wrapped in layers of protective divine light. This was the supreme martial legacy left by Azure Flame Sect's founding ancestor. Beside the altar sat an elderly phantom figure. His white hair flowed down his shoulders, and his eyes held the vicissitudes of countless years. This was the ancestor's remnant soul, guarding the inheritance for generations. The old phantom opened his eyes slowly, sweeping his gaze over Lin Chen. A hint of surprise flashed across his face. A rare supreme divine soul, pure golden nascent soul, and an unshakable will. For tens of thousands of years, you are the most outstanding descendant to step onto this floor. Senior ancestor. Lin Chen bowed respectfully. He held reverence for this ancient powerhouse who had established a great sect. You have passed all trials and proven your strength and character. The ancestor phantom nodded gently. This azure flame divine art, my lifelong cultivation technique, shall be passed down to you. Take it, and carry forward the glory of our section. The golden scroll slowly drifted toward Lin Chen. The layers of divine protection vanished the moment it touched his palm, merging directly into his sea of consciousness. Countless profound cultivation insights, powerful combat moves and ancient rune mysteries flooded his mind in an instant. Lin Chen closed his eyes to digest the massive amount of information. The azure flame divine art complemented his eternal divine soul perfectly, making his foundation even more flawless. At the same time, boundless pure divine energy surged out from the altar, pouring into his body like a great river. This was the accumulated spiritual essence of the pagoda for tens of thousands of years. Rumble. A deafening energy wave erupted from Lin Chen's body. His realm began to soar wildly once more. Spirit transformation mid-stage, spirit transformation late-stage, spirit transformation peak. The final bottleneck before void-prying realm shattered completely. A vast power that could peer into the void spread out. Streaks of invisible void power lingered around his body. In the blink of an eye, he stepped into void-prying early stage. His whole body's aura became unfathomable, even the ancestor phantom stared at him in amazement. Breaking 2 major realms in one go. Your future is truly limitless. Go forth, young man. The wider cultivation world is waiting for you. After finishing his words, the ancestor's remnant soul gradually turned into light and dissipated. The trials of the divine pagoda had come to an end. Lin Chen opened his eyes, and a wisp of void light flashed across his pupils. He had fully mastered the azure flame divine art, and his combat strength had multiplied several times. He turned and walked down the light staircase. When he pushed open the pagoda gate and stepped outside, all the waiting disciples held their breath, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from him. Void-prying realm. He actually reached void-prying. Someone cried out in shock. Within the entire Azure Flame sect, only the sect leader and a few senior elders stood at this realm. Now Lin Chen, a newly promoted inner disciple, had caught up with them. Bai Qinyu stood there in a daze, all her previous thoughts of competing with Lin Chen vanishing without a trace. She finally understood that they existed in completely different worlds. Lin Chen ignored the surrounding gazes. The 7-day time limit for the secret realm was drawing to a close. He glanced around and said calmly, "It's time to leave." Everyone followed his lead and headed for the secret realm exit. No one dared to take the lead or lag behind. From this day forward, Lin Chen was the undisputed top figure of Azure Flame sect. Yet Lin Chen knew this was merely the starting line. Beyond the sect, beyond this region, there were countless powerful forces and peerless experts. His journey to the supreme peak had only just begun. The 7-day time limit of the Azure Flame secret realm finally expired. Rumble. Terrifying spatial vibrations erupted from the secret realm's core. Ancient mountains crumbled, spiritual rivers dried up, and thousands of years of protective runes shattered into scattered light. Countless pitch-black void cracks spread across the sky, swallowing everything within reach. The entire secret realm was on the verge of total collapse. Panic spread like wildfire. Disciples fled frantically toward the exit passage. Those rogue cultivators who had ambushed others for treasures were now trapped in despair. Without strong defenses, many were instantly torn apart by raging spatial turbulence and vanished forever. Bai Qinyu, Ye Chanfeng and other top geniuses poured all their spiritual power into defense. Even so, the overwhelming void pressure made their blood churn and their minds grow dizzy. They advanced with great difficulty, fearing that one wrong step would lead to destruction. Amid the chaos, one figure remained utterly unshaken. Lin Chen hovered in midair, his robe fluttering gently. The violent spatial power that could easily slaughter spirit transformation experts could not ruffle a single hair on his head. His eternal divine soul spun silently, forming an invisible supreme barrier to block all destructive forces. The winged shadow wolf crouched loyally at his feet, completely safe and sound. Drawing on the insight granted by the void-prying realm, Lin Chen scanned the collapsing land. He quickly spotted numerous unclaimed treasures, high-grade spirit ores, ancient rune crystals and residual spiritual veins hidden in the crumbling ruins. These resources should not go to waste. With a casual wave of his sleeve, a golden spiritual vortex burst forth. It swept across every corner nearby, gathering all remaining treasures into his storage ring without the slightest omission. Having collected all gains, Lin Chen took a light step forward. His body turned into a streak of golden light, piercing through the turbulent space and rushing out of the secret realm passage. Boom! The moment he stepped outside, the entire Azure Flame secret realm exploded completely. It dissolved into drifting spiritual dust and faded away between heaven and earth. Outside the exit, the sect leader and all Azure Flame elders waited in solemn formation. When surviving disciples stumbled out, still pale with fright, the elders swept their gazes over the crowd. The second they laid eyes on Lin Chen, their pupils shrank sharply. An unfathomable void aura rippled around him, far more profound than that of any spirit transformation cultivator. Void-prying realm. The sect leader gasped, overcome with shock and wild joy. In merely a few months, Lin Chen had risen from a bullied broken root outcast to a top-tier void-prying powerhouse, standing alongside the sect's most senior elders. Lin Chen, did you obtain the legacy from the divine pagoda? The sect leader hurried forward, his voice trembling with excitement. I have inherited our ancestors' supreme azure flame divine art, Lin Chen replied calmly. I also broke through to the early stage of void prying. A deafening uproar broke out among the crowd. The azure flame divine art, the sect's lost core supreme technique for thousands of years, had finally returned. Every elder looked at Lin Chen with deep reverence and gratitude. This young man had single-handedly revived Azure Flame sect's most precious heritage. Yet Chen Feng hung his head low, all his past arrogance crushed to dust. Bai Qianyu's face turned pale, drowned in endless regret. The gap between her and Lin Chen had become an uncrossable chasm. From this day on, Lin Chen was the undisputed supreme figure of Azure Flame sect. Chapter 18, Purple Cloud sect presses the gate, demands justice by force. The joy of regaining the ancient heritage lasted only a moment. Suddenly, a harsh, domineering roar rolled over from the mountain gate, shaking the entire mountain range to its foundations. Azure Flame sect. Show yourselves at once. The voice carried the terrifying pressure of a late void prying expert, weighing heavily on every disciple and elder present. The cheerful atmosphere vanished in an instant, replaced by tense vigilance. Dozens of purple-robed cultivators descended from purple spiritual clouds. Their auras were cold and aggressive, thick with killing intent. Leading them was a stern middle-aged man with sharp, piercing eyes. His void power surged violently, clearly at the void prying late stage. This was Elder Zhang, the brutal and domineering enforcement elder of Purple Cloud sect, a well-known tyrant across the surrounding cultivation region. Beside him stood Qin Hao, his body wrapped in bandages, face twisted with hatred. Hand over Lin Chen. Elder Zhang shouted coldly, glaring at the Azure Flame crowd. My disciple Qin Hao was severely injured by your men inside the secret realm. Today, you must hand him over to accept punishment. Otherwise, I will raze your entire sect to the ground. Threats hung in the air. Purple Cloud sect was far stronger than Azure Flame, boasting multiple void prying experts. Facing Elder Jiang's oppression, many Azure Flame disciples felt their hearts sink. The sect leader stepped forward, his expression grave. Elder Zhang, conflicts between young disciples are common in cultivation worlds. There is no need to escalate matters to such an extreme. Common conflicts. Elder Zhang let out a mocking laugh. Your disciple injured my Purple Cloud genius and seized treasures that belong to us. Do you think a few empty words can settle this? I give you 3 breaths. Either hand over Lin Chen, or prepare to fight to the last man. His spiritual pressure erupted fully, pressing down fiercely on the Azure Flame group. Several mid-level elders staggered backward, struggling to withstand the force. Just as the atmosphere reached a breaking point, a calm voice rang out. No need to trouble my sect leader. I am Lin Chen. If you have any grievances, come to me directly. Lin Chen walked forward slowly, the Wind Shadow Wolf following closely beside him. He stood face to face with Elder Zhang, his posture straight and unyielding. Not a trace of fear could be seen on his face. Qin Hao gritted his teeth, pointing at Lin Chen and yelling. Elder! This is the man who defeated me and stole the heavenly sun core. You must avenge me. Elder Zhang sized Lin Chen up and down, a look of disdain flashing across his eyes. A mere early void prying brat dares to act boldly in front of me. You injured my disciple and robbed our treasures. Kneel down and kowtow to apologize, then hand over all the treasures you took. I may spare your life. Lin Chen's eyes turned icy cold. Your disciple came to our sect's secret realm to plunder treasures and provoke trouble. He was defeated fair and square. Now you bring people to bully our sect. Do you really think Azure Flame can be trampled at will? Insolent fool! Elder Jiang's anger flared. Since you refuse to repent, I will cripple your cultivation here and now. He raised his palm, and dense purple void power condensed into a giant spiritual hand, roaring toward Lin Chen. The power was overwhelming, enough to crush ordinary early void prying cultivators in an instant. The Azure Flame crowd held their breath, their hearts in their throats. Facing the deadly attack, Lin Chen did not retreat. He circulated the Azure Flame divine art, and brilliant golden divine light wrapped around his palm. Let me see just how powerful Purple Cloud Sect's so-called top elder truly is. Lin Chen struck out with his palm. Boom! Golden and purple power collided violently. Shock waves swept outward, sending countless onlookers stumbling back. Elder Jiang's expression changed drastically. He felt an irresistible force surging back at him. His body shook violently, and he was forced to take more than 10 steps backward before he could steady himself. His palm went numb, and his spiritual power fell into temporary chaos. He stared at Lin Chen in utter shock. How is this possible? You are only at early void prying stage. How can your strength rival mine? Lin Chen stood where he was, his aura steady as a mountain. Strength is never decided merely by realm. If you still want to fight, I will accompany you to the end. Elder Jiang's face alternated between red and pale. He had come to bully Azure Flame Sect, yet he had suffered a humiliating blow in front of everyone. If he retreated now, Purple Cloud Sect would lose all face. But if he continued the fight, he had no confidence to defeat this unfathomable young man. A fierce stalemate descended upon the mountain gate. A bigger storm was brewing. Chapter 18, Purple Cloud Sect pressures the gate, daring to demand human lives. Just as the entire Azure Flame Sect was immersed in the joy of Lin Chen's return and the recovery of the Supreme Azure Flame Divine Art, a terrifying, bone-chilling roar exploded above the sect mountain. Boom! A monstrous purple spiritual cloud descended from the sky, covering the entire Azure Flame Sect mountain range in an instant. A heavy, oppressive void-prying pressure locked down every disciple, every elder, and every inch of land. Azure Flame Sect, show yourselves! The furious voice shook the mountains and cracked the rocks. Dozens of powerful purple-robed cultivators stepped down from the void. Leading them was a cold-faced middle-aged man with sharp triangular eyes. His whole body surged with violent void energy, rippling with the terrifying aura of void-prying late stage. This was Elder Jiang, the #1 enforcement elder of Purple Cloud Sect, a famous tyrant in the surrounding cultivation territory. Beside him hung the miserable figure of Qin Hao. Qin Hao's chest was sunken, his spiritual energy chaotic, his face pale like paper. The injuries Lin Chen inflicted in the secret realm had not healed at all. His eyes were filled with endless hatred and resentment, staring fixedly at the Azure Flame Sect's inner sect direction. Elder Jiang. That's the place. That trash Lin Chen crippled my cultivation, humiliated our Purple Cloud Sect in public, and robbed my secret realm treasures. Qin Hao gritted his teeth and roared. Elder Jiang's gaze turned icy cold. His eyes swept across the Azure Flame Sect crowd like a sharp blade, making countless disciples tremble in fear. Azure Flame Sect's sect leader, come forward. Elder Jiang shouted coldly, your disciple Lin Chen injured my Purple Cloud Sect's core genius, plundered our sect's treasures, and trampled our sect's dignity. Today, I give you two choices. First, hand over Lin Chen. Let us cripple his cultivation, break his soul, and hang his corpse at the Purple Cloud Sect gate as a warning to all neighboring forces. Second, refuse. Then my Purple Cloud Sect army will flatten your entire Azure Flame sect, kill all your disciples, and exterminate your entire sect lineage. The domineering, ruthless words fell like a heavy hammer, smashing onto everyone's heart. The Azure Flame sect leader's face turned extremely ugly. He was only at Void Prying early stage. Facing Elder Jiang's late stage Void Prying strength, he was completely powerless to resist. All the Azure Flame elders looked at each other in despair. Purple Cloud Sect was far stronger than them. For hundreds of years, Azure Flame Sect had always endured suppression from Purple Cloud Sect. Now that a disaster had fallen from the sky, no one knew what to do. Bai Qinyu's body trembled slightly, her eyes complicated and terrified. She knew Lin Chen was powerful, but facing the top enforcement elder of Purple Cloud Sect, it was simply a dead end. Ye Chen Feng lowered his head, his heart full of helplessness. Elder Jiang, this matter is a misunderstanding. The sect leader forced a bitter smile, trying to mediate. Misunderstanding. Elder Jiang sneered wildly, my disciples' injuries are real. The humiliation my sect suffered is real. There is no misunderstanding. Last warning. Hand over Lin Chen within 3 breaths. Or I will start slaughtering. 3. 2. The terrifying killing intent blooped completely, pressing the entire Azure Flame sect to the brink of destruction. Just as everyone fell into despair, a calm, indifferent voice slowly sounded from the inner sect. You want to cripple my cultivation and hang my corpse at your sect gate. Lin Chen stepped forward step by step. His white robe fluttered without wind. His figure was tall and straight, standing alone against the dozens of Purple Cloud Sect experts and the terrifying Elder Jiang. His eyes were faint, without the slightest fear, only endless cold disdain. Insolent trash. You dare to show up? Qin Hao screamed crazily the moment he saw Lin Chen. Elder Jiang. This is him. Kill him. Kill him immediately. Elder Jiang's eyes locked onto Lin Chen, and a cold killing intent burst out. A mere early stage Void Prying ant dares to be arrogant in front of me? You really do not know how to write the word death. Since you've come out yourself, I will personally crush your soul and let you taste the most painful torture in the world. Boom. Elder Jiang mobilized his full late-stage Void Prying power. Terrifying purple void spiritual energy condensed into a giant purple void palm above the sky, covering the sun and moon, carrying the power to crush mountains and rivers, smashing down toward Lin Chen. The entire crowd screamed in shock. This is over. Lin Chen can't block this move. Elder Jiang's full power strike can kill ordinary late-stage Void Prying experts. Lin Chen is done for. Our Azure Flame sect is done for. Facing the terrifying giant void palm, Lin Chen stood still, his expression unchanged. Eternal Divine Soul Flaw insight activated to the extreme. In his eyes, this seemingly invincible killing move was full of trivial flaws and weak points. Lin Chen raised his right hand casually, golden divine power surging quietly. Azure Flame Divine Art Single Flame Annihilation. A wisp of tiny golden flame bloomed in his palm. The flame looked weak, but it contained the supreme ancient divine power of the Azure Flame ancestor. Swoosh. The tiny golden flame shot upward. In the next second. Bang. The terrifying purple void palm shattered completely on the spot. The endless purple spiritual energy exploded and dissipated into the air. Elder Jiang's body shook violently, his face instantly turning pale white. He took 7 or 8 steps backward continuously, his chest churning violently, and a mouthful of blood almost spurting out. His eyes were filled with unprecedented horror and disbelief. Why you, how is this possible? A mere early stage void prying, how can you shatter my full power late stage strike? Lin Chen walked forward slowly, his voice cold and domineering, resounding across the entire mountain. In my eyes, your so-called late-stage void-prying strength, is nothing but a joke. Chapter 19, Slap the Elder, Crush Purple Cloud Dignity. The entire battlefield fell into dead silence. All Azure Flame disciples and elders stared blankly at the scene in front of them, their brains completely frozen. The invincible Elder Zhang of Purple Cloud Sect, suppressed with a single move by Lin Chen that was a late-stage void-prying powerhouse who could crush their entire Azure Flame sect alone. Yet he was injured and forced back by Lin Chen's casual strike. Bai Qinyu's beautiful eyes widened completely, her heart trembling violently. She finally realized how ridiculous her previous arrogance and contempt were. The gap between her and Lin Chen was not a chasm, it was the difference between mortal and god. Ye Feng's face was full of bitter regret. All his years of being the number one genius were utterly laughable compared to Lin Chen's heaven-defying talent. Elder Zhang stabilized his figure, his face turning ferocious and twisted from humiliation and shock. He had walked across this region for hundreds of years, domineering and invincible. He had never suffered such a heavy loss and humiliation in front of a junior. Brat! You angered me completely. I admit your combat talent is extraordinary, but strength is strength. Early stage is early stage. Today I will tear your body and soul apart with my own hands. Roaring furiously, Elder Zhang burst out his true sect foundation. Purple demonic void energy surged all over his body, forming layers of thick void barriers. His hair stood on end, and his whole aura rose to the peak of late-stage void prying. Purple Cloud Divine Void Fist. He punched out with all his strength. A gigantic purple fist shadow spanning hundreds of meters condensed in the void, carrying endless destructive power, smashing straight at Lin Chen. This was Purple Cloud Sect's supreme killing technique. It had killed countless top experts over the years. Die for me. The air exploded, the ground cracked, and the entire mountain range trembled violently. The Purple Cloud Sect disciples behind Elder Zhang all revealed cold, sneering smiles. Elder Jiang's full power Divine Void Fist was unblockable. This Lin Chen was definitely going to die. Facing this terrifying killing move, Lin Chen did not dodge or evade. He circulated the Azure Flame Divine Art to the extreme, and his eternal divine soul bloomed with brilliant golden light. Lin Chen raised his palm and struck forward calmly. Supreme Divine Soul Palm. Boom. Golden divine light swept across the sky. The golden palm collided fiercely with the purple giant fist. A deafening explosion shook the entire world. In the next moment, crack, the invincible Purple Cloud Divine Void Fist shattered completely. The remaining golden divine power swept forward unabated, heavily slamming onto Elder Jiang's chest. Puff! Elder Zhang spat out a huge mouthful of blood, his sternum cracking instantly. His body flew backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily onto the ground, sliding dozens of meters away. He lay on the ground, his aura extremely wilted, his whole body covered in blood. One move. The famous Purple Cloud Sect Enforcement Elder was completely defeated. All the Purple Cloud Sect disciples froze on the spot, their faces pale as death, filled with utter terror. Qin Hao's eyes were splitting apart, his mind on the verge of collapse. How could their invincible Elder Zhang be defeated so easily? Lin Chen stepped forward slowly, walking toward the fallen Elder Zhang step by step. His cold gaze swept over Elder Zhang, and his indifferent voice sounded above the entire battlefield. You came to my Azure Flame sect gate, clamoring to cripple my cultivation and hang my corpse. You wanted to exterminate my sect. Now, what do you have to say? Elder Zhang struggled to get up, his face full of fear and humiliation. He knew completely that this young man in front of him was a peerless monster he could not resist at all. I was wrong. Young hero Lin, spare my life. It's all a misunderstanding. It's all Qin Hao's instigation. Elder Zhang immediately knelt on the ground, begging for mercy in panic. He abandoned all sect dignity, all elder pride. Facing a life and death crisis, he dared not hold any arrogance. Qin Hao's body went limp, falling to the ground in terror. You traitor! Qin Hao screamed in despair. Lin Chen glanced at him casually, his eyes icy cold. Provoke me, plot against me, and bring foreign enemies to suppress my sect. You deserve death. Swoosh! A wisp of golden sword light flashed past. Puff! Before Qin Hao could scream, his body split into two pieces on the spot. The famous Purple Cloud sect genius died instantly without a chance to struggle. All Purple Cloud sect disciples trembled violently, not daring to breathe. Lin Chen looked back at Elder Zhang and said coldly, "Go back to Purple Cloud sect and tell your sect master. From today on, Purple Cloud sect is not allowed to step into my Azure Flame territory for 100 years. Anyone who disobeys, dies. Get lost." Yes. Yes. I'll leave immediately. Thank you, young hero, for sparing my life. Elder Zhang did not dare to stay for a second longer. He scrambled to his feet, leading the terrified Purple Cloud disciples, fleeing in panic with their tails between their legs. In the blink of an eye, all Purple Cloud sect people disappeared without a trace. The entire Azure Flame sect fell into a brief silence, then burst into deafening cheers. We won. Lin Chen saved our sect. Lin Chen is our supreme hero. Countless disciples shouted excitedly, their eyes filled with endless worship and admiration. The sect leader and all elders looked at Lin Chen with tears of excitement in their eyes. Azure Flame sect was truly saved. Chapter 20, Sect Supreme Title, Regional Shock. After driving away the Purple Cloud sect army, the entire Azure Flame sect fell into unprecedented celebration. For hundreds of years, Azure Flame sect had always been suppressed and bullied by Purple Cloud sect. Today, they finally completely crushed Purple Cloud sect's arrogance and swept away all the humiliation of the past generations. All because of one person, Lin Chen. The sect leader walked forward quickly, his expression extremely solemn and respectful. He bowed deeply to Lin Chen in front of all disciples and elders. On behalf of the entire Azure Flame sect, I thank young hero Lin for saving our sect from extinction. Your merit is boundless. From today onward, I formally abdicate the sect leader position. I appoint Lin Chen as the new Supreme Sect Master of Azure Flame Sect. All disciples and elders must obey your orders absolutely. As soon as these words fell, the whole audience was shocked. Abdicate the sect leader position. Let a junior who had just entered the inner sect become the Supreme Sect Master, but after the shock, no one had any dissatisfaction. Lin Chen's strength was enough to crush the entire sect alone. His contribution to saving the sect was enough to bear this supreme title. All elders knelt down on one knee respectfully. Pay respect to Supreme Sect Master. Countless disciples knelt down one after another, their voices resounding through the mountains and rivers. Pay respect to Supreme Sect Master. The sound waves stacked layer upon layer, shaking the entire Azure Flame territory. Lin Chen stood in the center of the crowd, overlooking the thousands of disciples kneeling before him. His expression was calm, without excessive pride or arrogance. He nodded slightly. "Rise. I accept the title of Supreme Sect Master. From today on, Azure Flame Sect will no longer be bullied by any foreign force. We will cultivate strongly, expand our territory, and stand at the peak of this region." His voice was not loud, but it contained endless domineering confidence, infecting everyone present. "Yes. Supreme Sect Master." Everyone shouted in unison, their blood boiling. Bai Qinyu stood in the crowd, kneeling on the ground, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She once disdained Lin Chen, broke off the engagement, and looked down on him as a waste. But now, she could only kneel and look up at him, becoming the most insignificant spectator in his supreme road. Deep regret filled her heart, but she knew it was too late for everything. Yet Chen Feng was completely convinced. Facing such a peerless supreme, all his previous pride was like a joke. After the grand ceremony, the news of Lin Chen crushing Purple Cloud Sect's elder Zhang, killing Qin Hao, and ascending as Azure Flame Sect's Supreme Sect Master spread wildly across the entire surrounding cultivation region. All nearby forces were completely shocked. What, the trash disciple of Azure Flame Sect defeated Purple Cloud's late-stage void-prying elder. He even killed Purple Cloud's core genius Qin Hao and forced Purple Cloud Sect to retreat in humiliation. Azure Flame Sect has obtained a peerless supreme. This regional pattern is going to completely change. Countless sect forces sent people to observe and congratulate. No one dared to underestimate Azure Flame Sect anymore. The once weak and marginal Azure Flame Sect instantly became the most dazzling rising force in the entire region. Inside the supreme main hall of Azure Flame Sect, Lin Chen sat on the highest sect master throne, his eyes deep and distant. The system prompt sounded continuously in his mind. Ding. Complete sect supreme achievement. Ding. Shock countless forces, obtain massive luck. Ding. Reward, tenfold permanent cultivation speed. Ding. Reward, break void prying bottleneck restriction. Ding. Reward, ancient void divine sword. Boundless pure spiritual energy surged into Lin Chen's body instantly. His cultivation that had stayed at void prying early stage began to soar rapidly. Void prying early stage, void prying mid stage, void prying late stage. In just a few breaths, Lin Chen broke through 2 major realms in a row. His aura became deeper, vaster, and more unfathomable. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, a wisp of void divine light flickering in his pupils. Purple Cloud Sect is just the beginning. The small regional battlefield is too narrow. My road is the vast heaven and earth, the supreme peak of the entire cultivation world. A new, broader world was waiting for him to conquer. The legend of Lin Chen's supremacy had just officially begun. Chapter 21, City of 10,000 Cultivators, New Stage arrives. After crushing Elder Zhang and completely deterring Purple Cloud Sect, Lin Chen's reputation swept across the entire surrounding cultivation region like a storm. No one dared to provoke Azure Flame Sect anymore. The sect leader personally begged Lin Chen to stay and take the position of chief elder, but Lin Chen refused without hesitation. The small bound mountain region was too narrow for his path. Void prying early stage was merely the starting point. His eyes were fixed on the wider central cultivation domain. 3 days later, Lin Chen packed his simple luggage. He left most of the harvested secret realm resources to the sect, leaving Azure Flame Sect with endless heritage and soaring potential. Lin Chen, will you ever come back? Bai Qinyu stood at the mountain gate, her voice soft and helpless. Lin Chen glanced at her faintly. My road is supreme. I have no time to linger in trivial places. Ye Chen Feng bowed deeply. Senior brother Lin, I will guard the sect well and never disgrace your name. Lin Chen nodded slightly, then leaped into the sky with the Wind Shadow Wolf. His destination the legendary city of 10,000 cultivators. It was the largest cultivator gathering city within 1,000 miles, where countless geniuses, ancient sects, and hidden powerhouses gathered. It was the real stage for young talents. Upon entering the city, the bustling scene shocked countless new arrivals. Sky-piercing pavilions stood everywhere, spiritual carriages shuttled through the streets, and powerful auras fluctuating in all directions endlessly. Just as Lin Chen stepped into the city gate, a cold voice stopped him. Outer sect stray cultivator, hand over your spirit wolf. A low-level beast like this is not worthy of following humans. Several arrogant young disciples in luxurious robes blocked the road. They were disciples of Sky Sword Manor, a first-class force in the city. The leading youth stared greedily at the Wind Shadow Wolf, sneering repeatedly. Lin Chen's eyes turned cold. Move. Cold. You dare to talk to us like that? The youth laughed angrily and raised his hand to slap Lin Chen's face. Lin Chen flicked his sleeve casually. Boom. The several Sky Sword Manor disciples flew out heavily, crashing on the ground and spurting blood. The whole street fell silent. Who is this youth so strong? Daring to beat Sky Sword Manor's people in 10,000 cultivators city, he's asking for trouble. Lin Chen ignored the surrounding whispers and continued forward. Trouble? From the day he awakened his eternal divine soul, he had never feared any trouble. Chapter 22, Auction House Genius Battle, Instant Suppression. The most prosperous place in 10,000 cultivators city was the Heavenly Prosperity Auction House. Tonight was the once-a-month grand auction, gathering countless top talents and wealthy tycoons from all surrounding forces. Lin Chen planned to auction some surplus ancient spirit ores and replace them with high-grade divine pills for his next breakthrough. As soon as he stepped into the auction house hall, many gazes locked onto him. Most people felt unfamiliar with his face, but some sharp-eyed geniuses sensed his unfathomable aura. At the VIP seat on the second floor, a group of core disciples from Sky Sword Manor stared at Lin Chen with cold killing intent. It's him. The outsider who injured our disciples at the city gate. Wait for the auction to end. I'll make him pay the price. The young man at the head was Lu Feng, the top core genius of Sky Sword Manor, possessing the cultivation of void prying mid-stage. He was famous for being arrogant and protective of his subordinates. Soon, the auction officially began. Spirit herbs, ancient weapons, mysterious rune stones, countless precious treasures were displayed one after another, triggering continuous fierce bidding. Halfway through the auction, a top-grade void spirit pill appeared on the stage. It was extremely helpful for cultivators below the soul formation realm to break through bottlenecks. The starting price is 5,000 spirit stones. The crowd instantly boiled. 6,000. 7,000. Many geniuses competed frantically. Lu Feng raised his hand proudly. 10,000 spirit stones. His voice was domineering, instantly suppressing most voices. No one dared to compete with Sky Sword Manor's core genius. Just as the host was about to finalize the deal, Lin Chen's calm voice sounded. 15,000. The whole audience was shocked. Lu Feng's face turned cold instantly. He turned to stare at Lin Chen coldly. Boy, do you know who I am? Dare to snatch my treasure? Lin Chen glanced at him indifferently. In the auction house, treasures belong to the highest bidder. What does your identity have to do with it? Arrogant. Lu Feng stood up abruptly, his void-prying mid-stage aura sweeping out. I'll give you one chance. Withdraw your bid and kneel to apologize, or I'll cripple your cultivation today. Facing the oppressive aura, Lin Chen sat steadily without moving a muscle. Want to suppress me with your realm? You are not qualified. Boom. A faint wisp of golden divine aura burst out from Lin Chen's body. In an instant, Lu Feng's surging spiritual power collapsed completely. His body stiffened on the spot, his face pale and terrified. He could not believe that a stranger in ordinary clothes possessed such terrifying strength. The entire auction house fell into dead silence. Lin Chen spoke faintly, 15,000, deal. The host hurriedly finalized the transaction in shock. Lu Feng stared at Lin Chen with endless hatred, but he did not dare to attack again. He knew, he had encountered a terrifying hidden expert. Chapter 23, Hidden Realm Discovery, Ancient Divine Vein. After the auction ended, Lin Chen obtained the Void Spirit Pill and retreated to a private cultivation room to refine medicine. With the help of his eternal divine soul's supreme refining ability, the medicinal power was completely purified in less than an hour. Vast pure medicinal energy surged through his meridians. Rumble. His cultivation shook slightly. Void prying early stage was completely stabilized, and his foundation became more solid than ever. Just as he was about to leave the auction house, a sudden strange vibration came from the depths of the city's west mountain range. Lin Chen's divine soul sensed it instantly. Ancient spiritual vein fluctuation, and a hidden small realm opening. His eyes lit up. Hidden small realms often contained heaven-defying natural fortunes and ancient inheritances. Without hesitation, Lin Chen took the Wind Shadow Wolf and rushed straight to the west mountain range. At this moment, countless cultivators in 10,000 Cultivators City also sensed the anomaly and swarmed toward the west mountain. When Lin Chen arrived, a mysterious ancient realm gate had appeared between the mountain valleys. Thick ancient mist surged endlessly, and rich spiritual energy overflowed. It's the lost ancient realm. It opens once every 100 years. Countless geniuses have obtained great fortunes here. Hurry in. Don't let others seize the opportunity. The crowd rushed into the realm gate chaotically. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from behind the crowd. All scattered cultivators retreat. This lost ancient realm's resources are qualified only for the top geniuses of the 4 major city sects. A group of neatly dressed cultivators descended. They were the core disciples of the 4 peak forces of 10,000 Cultivators City, Sky Sword Manor, Purple Cloud Divine Palace, Azure Water Sect, and Golden Flame Pavilion. The leading 4 geniuses all possessed void-prying mid-stage strength, extremely powerful and arrogant. They directly blocked the realm gate, arbitrarily driving away all scattered cultivators. Scram. Trash-level cultivators are not worthy of entering. Many scattered cultivators were indignant but did not dare to resist. These 4 major forces dominated 10,000 Cultivators City, and no one could confront them. Lin Chen walked forward step by step, his expression calm. Who stipulated that this realm belongs only to your 4 sects? The leading Sky Sword Manor genius sneered, the rules of this city are our rules. If you refuse to obey, die. Chapter 24, 4 great geniuses crushed single-handedly. Boom. The Sky Sword Manor genius took the initiative to attack. Void spiritual power condensed into a sharp sword shadow, slashing straight at Lin Chen's neck with lethal speed. He was Lu Feng's senior brother, far stronger than Lu Feng, a genuine top-tier void-prying mid-stage expert. The surrounding crowd held their breath, convinced that Lin Chen would be killed instantly. But facing this terrifying sword move, Lin Chen did not dodge or evade. He raised a single palm and pressed forward casually. Bang! The terrifying sword shadow shattered on the spot like fragile glass. The powerful counter-shock force sent the Sky Sword genius flying heavily, spitting blood and losing all combat power. One move defeated a top sect genius. The other three sect geniuses' expressions changed drastically. Insane. Dare to injure our people. Attack together. Kill him. The three top geniuses erupted with full power at the same time. Sword light, water waves, and golden flames intertwined, forming a devastating killing formation that sealed all directions. Their combined attack was enough to suppress ordinary void-prying late-stage powerhouses. The surrounding spectators were terrified, retreating madly. Facing the fatal combined attack, Lin Chen's eyes were calm. Eternal Divine Soul Flaw Insight operated to the extreme. All flaws and weaknesses in the formation were seen through instantly. Lin Chen stepped forward, his figure turning into a phantom. His palms fluttered like flowing clouds, simple yet infinitely powerful. Bang! 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 3 consecutive explosions sounded. The 3 top geniuses all flew out heavily, their bones cracking continuously, blood spilling from their mouths, completely defeated. In less than 10 breaths, the 4 major sect geniuses were all suppressed by Lin Chen alone. The entire scene was dead silent. All the scattered cultivators stared at Lin Chen with utter shock and worship. This young man was too terrifying. Lin Chen glanced indifferently at the 4 injured geniuses on the ground. From today on, no one is qualified to monopolize this ancient realm. He turned and stepped directly into the lost ancient realm gate. The Wind Shadow Wolf closely followed behind him. After a brief silence, countless scattered cultivators cheered and swarmed into the realm. The monopoly of the 4 major sects was completely broken by Lin Chen alone. Chapter 25, Ancient Divine Spring, Breaking Through Late Stage. Inside the lost ancient realm, the scenery was primitive and vast. Ancient towering trees covered the sky, and rare spiritual herbs grew everywhere. Lin Chen ignored the ordinary resources all over the ground and headed straight for the deepest spiritual fluctuation. After traveling several miles, a clear spring pool appeared in front of him. The spring water was milky white, surging with dense divine energy. The surrounding air was filled with pure spiritual essence. It's the Divine Soul Spring. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with joy. This spring could temper the divine soul, purify spiritual roots, and greatly boost cultivation speed. It was a supreme rare treasure. Just as Lin Chen was about to approach, 2 figures suddenly rushed out from the nearby woods. They were late-stage void-prying experts from Golden Flame Pavilion, hiding in ambush long ago. Boy, you're quite capable to defeat our junior brothers. Hand over the Divine Soul Spring's ownership, and we can leave you a whole corpse. The 2 elders exuded terrifying late-stage void-prying pressure, their killing intent soaring. They had been hiding here waiting for the right person to snatch the spring. Lin Chen's outstanding strength made them even more greedy. Lin Chen sneered faintly. 2 old turtles hiding in the dark also dare to threaten me. Arrogant. Die. The 2 elders attacked simultaneously, golden flame spiritual power rolling like a tide, covering the entire spring pool. Lin Chen did not draw his sword. He circulated the azure flame divine art he had inherited from the sect ancestor. Purified supreme divine flame bloomed on his palm. This flame was far more noble and powerful than ordinary Golden Flame Pavilion's skills. Ancient divine flame. Lin Chen slapped his palm forward. Boom! The terrifying golden divine flame swept out, instantly engulfing the two elders' attacks. The two elders' expressions turned desperate instantly. No. This is ancient supreme flame art. Their spiritual power was instantly melted and crushed. Puff! Puff! The two elders spat out blood repeatedly, their auras fading rapidly, and they collapsed powerlessly on the ground. With two late-stage void-prying experts defeated in a single move, Lin Chen walked calmly to the Divine Soul Spring. He jumped into the spring pool and sat cross-legged. Endless divine spring energy poured into his body, tempering his divine soul and polishing his realm. His cultivation surged rapidly. Void prying early stage, void prying mid stage. Stable in an instant. Continue soaring. Void prying late stage. Boom. A powerful aura erupted from his body, shaking the entire ancient realm surrounding space. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, and a wisp of blazing divine flame flashed across his pupils. He had successfully stepped into void prying late stage. His strength had doubled again. At this moment, distant powerful roars came from deeper in the ancient realm. More powerful ancient spirit beasts and hidden supreme treasures were waiting for him. Lin Chen rose slowly, a cold and domineering smile appearing on his lips. The real feast has just begun. Chapter 26, Ancient Void Ruins Open, Talents Gather in Chaos. The aftermath of Jin Hao's defeat swept through the entire Heavenly Rest Inn in the blink of an eye. All the top geniuses who had watched the battle wore stunned expressions. Jin Hao, a peak void-prying late-stage powerhouse ranked among the top 10 young experts in 10,000 Cultivators City, had been defeated with a single casual palm strike by Lin Chen. The gap in strength was simply terrifying. Su Wuiying stood aside, his eyes filled with sincere shock. He knew Lin Chen was extraordinary, but he never imagined this newly risen genius could crush a local top powerhouse so effortlessly. You're far more powerful than I speculated. Su Wuiying let out a soft sigh. With your strength, you are fully qualified to compete for the top spot in the Genius Assembly. Lin Chen brushed off the dust on his sleeve casually, his expression unchanged. It's just a trivial spar. Nothing worth mentioning. His tone was plain, yet it carried unmatched domineering confidence. The surrounding cultivators did not dare to utter a single word of mockery anymore. From this moment on, no one dared to treat Lin Chen as a newly arrived rookie. He had truly secured his footing among the top geniuses of 10,000 Cultivators City. In the following 3 days, Lin Chen stayed in the inn to cultivate steadily. He refined all the spoils obtained from defeating Jin Hao and previous enemies. With the devouring power of the eternal divine soul, his void-prying late-stage foundation became increasingly solid, and the bottleneck blocking the soul formation realm became increasingly faint. Early morning on the 4th day, a deafening ancient bell echoed across the entire 10,000 Cultivators City. Boom! The bell sound was vast and ancient, carrying a faint void aura, waking every cultivator in the city. The void ancient ruins are open. The Genius Assembly officially begins. All qualified geniuses gather at the central divine platform. Countless cultivators flock toward the city center. Lin Chen and Su Wuiying walk side by side toward the towering central divine platform. The platform spanned thousands of meters, carved with dense ancient void runes. Surrounding the platform were countless spectator stands, packed with cultivators from major sects and forces. Top geniuses from all directions gathered here one after another. Ice Snow Valley, Golden Cauldron Sect, Azure Water Palace, Ancient Sword Pavilion, all the top forces of the region sent their core successors. Each of them exuded powerful auras, most hovering at void-prying late stage, with a few half-step soul formation powerhouses hidden among the crowd. Look! It's the first genius of Ancient Sword Pavilion, Jian Wushuan. He's already touched the threshold of soul formation. That's the female supreme of Azure Water Palace, Shui Lingzi. Her water-type divine arts are unrivaled among peers. The top geniuses of the entire region have all gathered this time. This genius assembly is far more intense than previous years. Discussions erupted endlessly. Shui Lingzi stood gracefully on the platform, her blue dress fluttering, her eyes cold and aloof. Jian Wushuan held a long sword in his hand, his sword intent sharp and condensed, overlooking all competitors with disdain. They were recognized as the two hottest favorites for the first place of the assembly. Soon, Lin Chen's figure stepped onto the divine platform. In an instant, countless eyes locked firmly on him. That's Lin Chen. The rookie who crushed Jin Hao 3 days ago. He's the dark horse of this assembly. No one knows his true limit. Jian Wushuan's sharp eyes swept over Lin Chen, a trace of fighting intent flickering. A newly risen genius with some trivial strength dares to stir up fame in the city. I will test your depth today. Shui Lingzi also glanced at Lin Chen, her beautiful eyes carrying a hint of curiosity and vigilance. Lin Chen ignored all stares and provocations, standing calmly in the crowd. The assembly elder in charge slowly ascended the high platform, his voice resounding across the entire venue. The rules are simple. Free battles, no killing intent allowed. The final top 3 will obtain the Void Ruins entry quota and ancient spiritual treasures. Now the Genius Assembly, officially begins. Chapter 27, Consecutive Sweeps, No Enemy Under One Move. As soon as the elder's voice fell, the atmosphere of the entire venue exploded completely. Countless geniuses could no longer hold back and rushed onto the battlefield one after another. Fierce battles broke out instantly, sword lights crisscrossed, spiritual power surged, and all kinds of profound martial arts bloomed endlessly. Many famous geniuses fought fiercely, winning and losing in turns. The competition was extremely brutal. In just half an hour, most of the participating cultivators were eliminated, leaving only the top 30 strongest geniuses standing on the platform. Among them, Jian Wushuan and Shui Lingzi were the most dazzling. Both of them swept all opponents with overwhelming strength, winning every battle with ease. Soon, it was Lin Chen's turn to fight. His opponent was a core genius from Azure Water Palace, possessing void-prying late-stage strength, proficient in top-grade water-type divine techniques. Lin Chen. I've long heard of your reputation. Let me see how strong you really are. The youth shouted coldly, waving his hands instantly. Endless blue water waves surged, condensing into countless sharp water blades, shooting toward Lin Chen from all directions, forming an inescapable killing formation. The spectators held their breath, convinced this move would force Lin Chen into a tough spot. But Lin Chen stood motionless, his eyes calm. Too weak. He flicked his sleeve casually, and a golden divine wave swept out. Boom! The dense water blade formation shattered completely in an instant. The terrifying spiritual power rushed backward, blasting the Azure Water Palace youth flying on the spot. He crashed heavily on the platform, completely losing the ability to fight. One move, victory. The crowd burst into an uproar. So strong. He didn't even use a martial art, just pure spiritual power to crush his opponent. Lin Chen did not pause. He continued to fight consecutively. Every opponent who stepped forward to challenge him was defeated with a single move. No one could withstand even one of his casual strikes. Whether it was top-grade elemental arts, powerful body techniques, or secret combat skills, all were completely crushed by Lin Chen's absolute strength. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen swept through 8 consecutive battles, all ending in instant victory. He became the most eye-catching existence on the entire divine platform. Su Wuiying watched from the sidelines, sighing repeatedly. His combat foundation is too terrifying. His realm is void-prying late stage, but his real combat power has definitely reached the soul formation realm. Jian Wushuan's eyes turned increasingly solemn. He finally realized that this newly risen Lin Chen was by no means a trivial opponent. Shui Lingzi's cold face also showed a hint of gravity. She originally thought she and Jian Wushuan were the only top competitors, but now Lin Chen had completely disrupted the pattern. Soon, the semi-final matchup was announced. Lin Chen vs Shui Lingzi. The two peak geniuses finally faced off. Chapter 28, Duel with Water Supreme, Equal Peak Clash. Shui Lingzi stepped forward slowly, her blue dress fluttering in the wind. Her whole body exuded elegant and profound water-type spiritual power, forming layers of gentle yet invincible water barriers around her body. Her cold eyes locked on Lin Chen, and her voice was clear and calm. Your strength is extraordinary. I admit you are qualified to fight me. I will not hold back in this battle. As the #1 female genius in 10,000 Cultivators City, Shui Lingzi had never lost a single battle among her peers. Her water-type profound arts were perfect, capable of both offense and defense, endless and inexhaustible. Lin Chen nodded slightly. I will do my best. Whoosh. The moment the words fell, Shui Lingzi took the lead in attacking. Rumble. Endless blue spiritual water surged out of thin air, condensing into a towering water phoenix. The water phoenix spread its wings, carrying vast and fierce power, swooping down toward Lin Chen with a terrifying roar. This was the supreme secret skill of Azure Water Palace Azure Phoenix Water Art. It was infinitely powerful, capable of drowning mountains and shattering voids. The entire platform was wrapped in dense water energy, and the surrounding space became heavy and oppressive. Amazing. Shui Lingzi actually used her trump card from the start. This battle is definitely the most exciting match of the entire assembly. All spectators stared intently at the battlefield. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not underestimate his opponent at all. Shui Lingzi's strength was far stronger than any opponent he had fought in the outer regions, truly reaching the peak of void-prying realm. Azure Flame Divine Art. Lin Chen whispered softly. Boom. Burning golden divine flames erupted from his body, sweeping in all directions. The supreme flame power was the natural restraint of water energy. The surging water waves instantly began to boil and evaporate. He raised his palm and struck out directly. Golden flame palm power collided fiercely with the water phoenix. Bang! A deafening explosion erupted on the platform. Terrifying energy waves swept outward, shaking the entire divine platform constantly. Water and flame intertwined and offset each other, creating endless spiritual ripples. After a full 3 breaths of stalemate, the water phoenix's light gradually dimmed, and the golden flame palm power pressed forward steadily. Puff. Shui Lingzi took 3 steps back continuously, a trace of pale color appearing on her beautiful face. Her spiritual power was slightly disordered. She stared at Lin Chen in shock. She could not believe that her full-strength trump card was actually suppressed. Lin Chen stood in place steadily, his aura as powerful as ever, without the slightest fluctuation. You are very strong. Shui Lingzi took a deep breath, her eyes no longer cold, but filled with sincere admiration. I concede, she knew clearly that the gap between them was already obvious. Continuing to fight would only lead to a more humiliating defeat. Wow! The entire venue erupted into deafening cheers. Lin Chen defeated the #1 female genius of 10,000 Cultivators City. He advanced straight to the final battle. His opponent in the final round, Jian Wushuan. Chapter 29, Final Showdown, Sword Supreme vs Soul Supreme. The final battle of the Genius Assembly officially arrived. Jian Wushuan stepped onto the battlefield, his long sword humming gently at his waist. His whole body's sword intent condensed to the extreme, sharp enough to split voids. His aura faintly broke through the limit of void-prying late stage, stepping into the half-step soul formation realm. Lin Chen. Jian Wushuan stared at him solemnly, his voice cold and firm. You are the strongest opponent I have met in my youth. I will use all my strength to fight you. This battle will decide the true #1 genius of the city. He had held the title of the city's top male genius for years, never suffering a defeat. Today, he would defend his honor with his sword. Lin Chen stood opposite him, his expression calm and unwavering. Come. Swish. The moment the words fell, Jian Wushuan drew his sword. A peerless white sword light soared into the sky, cutting through the spiritual clouds above the platform. The endless sharp sword intent enveloped the entire battlefield, locking all of Lin Chen's dodging routes. Ancient void sword art split heaven. This was the supreme inheritance of ancient sword pavilion, a real prefecture-level martial art, capable of splitting mountains and cutting voids. The sword light was fast, ruthless, and sharp to the extreme, carrying the power of half-step soul formation, blasting straight at Lin Chen's vital points. All the spectators held their breath, their hearts hanging in their throats. This was the strongest attack of the entire assembly. Facing this terrifying sword strike, Lin Chen did not evade or retreat. Eternal Divine Soul operated to the extreme, flaw insight seeing through all the sword's trajectories and weaknesses. At the same time, the Azure Flame Divine Art circulated at full power, and golden divine flames wrapped around his whole body. He raised two fingers gently. Clang! The deafening sound of metal collision resounded across the entire city. The peerless heaven-splitting sword light was actually firmly clamped between Lin Chen's two fingers, unable to advance an inch. The sharp sword intent that could shatter everything could not even shake Lin Chen's body. Jian Wushuan's pupils shrank to the extreme, his face full of horrified disbelief. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He poured all his spiritual power into the long sword, roaring frantically, yet the sword light remained motionless. The gap in strength was like a chasm. Lin Chen's eyes turned slightly cold. Now, it's my turn. He flicked his fingers gently, crack. The peerless sword light shattered instantly. Powerful counter-shock force burst out fiercely. Puff. Jian Wushuan spat out a big mouthful of blood, his body flying backward heavily, sliding dozens of meters on the platform before stopping. His long sword bounced away and stuck in the ground, trembling violently. One move. Defeated the city's #1 sword genius. Dead silence swept through the entire venue for 3 full seconds. Then, earth-shaking cheers exploded. Win. Lin Chen wins the first place. He is the undisputed supreme genius of this assembly. Two fingers suppress the sword supreme. This strength is terrifying. Chapter 30, Void Ruins Entry, Hidden Danger Surges. The assembly elder stood on the high platform, his hands trembling with excitement, his voice resounding throughout the audience. The champion of the 10,000 Cultivators City Genius Assembly, Lin Chen. Reward, top grade Void Spirit Pill ×3, Ancient Rune Crystal ×10, and the highest qualification to enter the Void Ancient Ruins. Endless cheers erupted again. Lin Chen stepped forward calmly and accepted the rewards. The 3 Void Spirit Pills contained extremely pure void power, specifically used to impact the soul formation realm. The ancient rune crystals could temper spiritual power and strengthen the soul foundation, which was extremely suitable for his eternal divine soul. Su Wuying walked over with a smile. Congratulations! You deserve this championship. With these resources, breaking through to soul formation realm is just around the corner. Shui Lingzi also walked over, her eyes full of admiration. You are the most powerful peer I have ever seen. I look forward to fighting you again in the future. Jian Wushuan stood aside, his face pale, but he had no more resentment. He had completely conceded defeat. The gap between him and Lin Chen was indeed insurmountable. Shortly after, the elder announced the entry list of the Void Ancient Ruins. Lin Chen, Su Wuying, Shui Lingzi, and Jian Wushuan, the top 4 geniuses, all obtained the official entry qualification. The Void Ancient Ruins will open for 7 days. All entrants, prepare to enter immediately. Following the elder's order, a towering ancient void gate slowly opened in the center of the city. Endless chaotic void mists surged out, carrying ancient and desolate aura. All the qualified geniuses stepped toward the void gate one after another. Just as Lin Chen was about to step in, a cold and malicious gaze locked firmly on his back. Hidden in the distant spectator stand, several black-robed cultivators stared at Lin Chen with killing intent surging in their eyes. Lin Chen, finally got the chance to kill you in the ruins. Purple Cloud Sect's senior elders have already laid a trap inside the void ruins. This time, you will never come out alive. All your talents and fortune will belong to us. The killing ambush had long been arranged. Inside the dangerous and chaotic void ancient ruins, countless hidden dangers and deadly traps were waiting for Lin Chen. But Lin Chen sensed the faint killing intent in the dark, a faint cold sneer appearing on his lips. Ambush in his eyes, all hidden enemies were just stepping stones for his breakthrough. He stepped into the void gate without hesitation, his figure disappearing into the endless ancient mist. A bigger battle and a greater fortune were about to unfold. Chapter 31, Void Ruins Chaos, First Ambush Annihilated. The moment Lin Chen stepped through the void gate, the world around him twisted violently. The noisy crowd, the divine platform, and 10,000 Cultivators City all vanished without a trace. What replaced it was boundless grey void mist, shattered ancient mountain remnants, and broken spatial fragments drifting endlessly in the air. The Void Ancient Ruins was a forbidden land left over from the ancient Great War. Spiritual rules here were chaotic, spatial turbulence spread everywhere, and countless hidden killing formations remained dormant for 10,000 years. Ordinary void-prying cultivators would die instantly if they strayed into the wrong area. Lin Chen landed steadily on a cracked ancient stone platform. The cold, desolate ancient aura wrapped around his body, and his eternal divine soul trembled slightly, releasing endless soul perception. In an instant, the entire surrounding 1,000-mile terrain was reflected clearly in his mind. 3 hidden auras, 30 meters ahead. Lin Chen's eyes turned cold. He had expected Purple Cloud Sect to set an ambush. Before he could take a step forward, 3 black figures suddenly rushed out from behind the broken ancient boulders. Their bodies were covered with restraining runes, their auras cold and fierce. All of them were void-prying late-stage experts. Lin Chen. The leading black-robed elder grinned ferociously, killing intent bursting wildly. You crippled our sect's Jin Hao, humiliated our Purple Cloud sect, and seized our resources. Today in the unmonitored void ruins, no one can save you. Die. The three elders attacked simultaneously. Three thick void spiritual fists tore through the grey mist, carrying chaotic void power that could crush ordinary peak geniuses into meat paste. The air exploded with sharp tearing sounds, sealing all of Lin Chen's evasion routes. They had studied Lin Chen's fighting style long ago, coming prepared to kill with one strike. Lin Chen stood still, no fear in his eyes, only disdain. Trash who dare to seek death. He raised his palm casually, and golden divine flame surged out instantly. Boom! The surging void fist power shattered like glass the moment it touched the golden flame. The terrifying flame power did not weaken at all, sweeping forward in an instant. Puff! 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 The three Purple Cloud sect elders had no time to scream. Their protective spiritual barriers collapsed instantly, their bodies burned into ashes by the supreme divine flame, vanishing completely in the void mist. Three void-prying late-stage powerhouses annihilated in one palm. Lin Chen waved his hand gently, collecting the storage rings left by the three elders. Inside were massive spirit stones, high-grade void pills, and several forbidden killing talismans. Purple Cloud sect really spent a lot of money to kill me. Lin Chen sneered softly. But these so-called deadly ambushes were nothing but free resources for him. He continued walking deep into the ruins. The deeper he went, the denser the void mist became, and the more powerful the residual ancient aura grew. Along the way, he saw many geniuses fighting fiercely for ancient spiritual herbs and broken martial arts scrolls. Some people teamed up to hunt spirit beasts, some betrayed their companions for treasures, and bloodshed was everywhere. This ancient ruins had no rules, only strength and survival. Chapter 32, Ancient Void Beast, Forbidden Soul Crystal. Half an hour later. Lo! Terrifying roars echoed from the depths of the ruins. The ground trembled continuously, and the surrounding void mist became extremely violent. Lin Chen raised his eyes and saw a giant beast over 100 meters tall standing in the distant valley. Its whole body was covered with dark void scales, its eyes like blood moons, and its body exuded a faint soul formation aura. It was an ancient void-devouring beast, a unique ferocious beast of the void ruins. It fed on void power and cultivator souls, extremely brutal and difficult to kill. At this moment, 4 geniuses were besieging the void-devouring beast, covered in blood and exhausted. These were core disciples from 4 different top sects. All of them were void-prying late stage, but they were completely suppressed by the ancient beast, constantly injured and on the verge of collapse. It's too strong. Its void defense is invincible. We can't hold on much longer. We have to retreat. Just as the 4 were about to flee, the void-devouring beast roared loudly, flapping its giant void wings. A terrifying black void storm swept out, covering the entire valley. The 4 geniuses' faces turned pale with despair. This attack would kill them all. Whoosh! A golden figure suddenly flashed in front of them. Lin Chen stood with his back to the 4 geniuses, facing the roaring void storm alone. Get out of the way. His cold voice fell. Azure Flame Divine Art operated at full power. Endless golden divine flames condensed into a towering flame giant palm, smashing fiercely toward the void storm. Boom! The entire valley shook violently. The deadly void storm shattered completely in an instant. The void-devouring beast let out a painful roar, its giant body staggering back dozens of steps, countless cracks spreading on its void scales. The four besieged geniuses froze on the spot, staring at Lin Chen in utter shock. Who is he? Such terrifying strength. He suppressed the void beast with one move. Lin Chen ignored their shock and stepped forward quickly. Flaw Insight saw through all the beast's weak points. He flicked his fingers, and a sharp golden flame sword light pierced through the void, stabbing precisely into the beast's forehead core. Roar! The ancient void-devouring beast let out a final tragic roar, its huge body collapsing heavily to the ground. Its aura vanished completely. A thumb-sized dark crystal slowly floated out of the beast's head, emitting dense soul power and void aura. It's a void soul crystal. One genius screamed in excitement. A top-grade spiritual treasure that can strengthen the soul and impact soul formation realm. This was the core treasure of the ancient void beast, extremely rare and precious. The four geniuses looked at the soul crystal with greedy eyes, but none dared to step forward. They had witnessed Lin Chen's terrifying strength. No one dared to rob him. Lin Chen grabbed the void soul crystal casually, put it into his storage ring, and continued deeper without looking back. Chapter 33, Purple Cloud Grand Elder arrives, Life and Death Showdown. As Lin Chen went deeper into the ruins, the killing intent in the dark became increasingly thick. Finally, at the junction of the middle and core area of the ruins, a towering purple spiritual barrier blocked his way. 10 figures stood coldly in the void, surrounding all escape routes. The leading old man had white hair and a stern face. His whole body surged with thick purple void power, and his aura far surpassed any opponent Lin Chen had faced before. Half-step soul formation realm. He was the Grand Elder of Purple Cloud Sect, Elder Mu. Behind him stood 9 elite void-prying peak elders of Purple Cloud Sect, all top-tier powerhouses of the sect. Lin Chen. Elder Mu's voice was cold and icy, filled with endless killing intent. You destroyed my sect's dignity, injured my sect's disciples, killed my 3 elders, and seized my sect's resources. Today, in this void ruins, I will crush your bones and refine your soul to pay for your crimes. The surrounding 9 elders released their auras simultaneously, forming a terrifying 9-star void-killing formation, locking the entire space. The formation suppressed all spiritual power, making it impossible to teleport or escape. This was a deadly trap arranged specifically for Lin Chen. Lin Chen stopped walking, his expression calm and indifferent. Purple Cloud Sect really refuses to repent. Since you're all here to die, I'll fulfill you. Arrogant child. Elder Mu's eyes turned ferocious. You are merely a void-prying late-stage rookie. Even if you are a genius, you are nothing in front of a half-step soul formation powerhouse. Kill him. With his order, the 9 elders attacked in unison. Dense purple void sword lights crisscrossed the sky, forming a crushing killing net that enveloped Lin Chen completely. The formation power overlapped, multiplying the killing intent dozens of times. This was a killing formation enough to slaughter ordinary half-step soul formation cultivators. Facing the deadly siege, Lin Chen's eyes remained unchanged. Eternal divine soul bloomed with bright divine light. All formation flaws, all attack trajectories, all power weaknesses were seen through in an instant. Azure Flame Annihilation. Lin Chen raised both hands. Endless golden divine flames erupted from his body, turning into a vast flame ocean that swept in all directions. The supreme flame power was the nemesis of all evil void energy. Chi chi chi. The dense purple sword lights melted instantly when touching the golden flames. The 9-star void killing formation trembled violently, its runes collapsing rapidly. What Elder Mu's face changed drastically, filled with disbelief. How can your power be so strong? Before he could react, the flame ocean rushed forward. Puff puff puff. The 9 purple cloud sect peak elders were swallowed by the divine flame in an instant, burned into nothingness without a trace. 9 top powerhouses, instantly annihilated. Elder Mu's pupils shrank to the limit, and cold sweat soaked his back. He finally realized that this young man's combat power had long surpassed the void-prying realm, reaching the real soul formation threshold. Monster, you are a cultivation monster. Elder Mu roared frantically, mobilizing all his half-step soul formation power. Purple void energy condensed into a giant purple divine claw covering the sky, smashing down toward Lin Chen with the power to destroy everything. Purple Cloud Void Claw. This was Elder Mu's lifelong supreme skill, his strongest killing move. Chapter 34, Break Half-Step Soul Formation, shocked the entire ruins. The giant purple void claw covered the sky and blocked the sun, carrying terrifying half-step soul formation pressure. The surrounding void mist was completely crushed, and the ground cracked into endless gullies. All the geniuses far away in the ruins sensed this terrifying aura, their faces turning pale with shock. That's half-step soul formation power. Who is fighting? This fluctuation is far too terrifying. It's the top-level combat power of our entire region. In the center of the battlefield, Elder Mu's eyes were blood red, pouring all his life essence into this strike. Lin Chen. Die with me. Lin Chen stood in the void, facing the crushing giant claw, neither dodging nor retreating. A faint sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Half-step soul formation in my eyes, it's still trash. He took a single step forward, and his whole body's aura exploded completely. Void-prying late-stage foundation pushed to the extreme, eternal divine soul's devouring power erupted madly, and the azure flame divine art circulated to its limit. Golden divine light soared into the sky, confronting the purple void claw head-on. One palm suppress all evils, Lin Chen struck out with a single palm. Boom! The collision of the two supreme powers set off a terrifying energy tsunami that swept across 10 miles of the ruins. The ground collapsed, the void shattered, and endless mist was completely blown away. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the invincible purple void claw began to crack rapidly. Crack! 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 In less than a breath, the giant claw shattered completely. The golden palm power continued forward, pressing down fiercely on Elder Mu's body. No! Elder Mu let out a desperate scream. He tried his best to resist, but his spiritual barrier shattered in an instant. Bang! His body was heavily smashed into the ground, creating a huge deep pit. All his bones were broken, his spiritual power completely collapsed, and his half-step soul formation aura vanished without a trace. He lay in the pit, covered in blood, staring at Lin Chen with terrified eyes. Impossible! A void-prying cultivator defeated a half-step soul formation elder. This is against the laws of cultivation. Lin Chen slowly walked into the deep pit, his eyes cold without a trace of mercy. Purple Cloud Sect has repeatedly provoked and ambushed me. From today on, Purple Cloud Sect exterminated. He flicked his finger, and a wisp of golden flame fell. Chi! Elder Mu was burned into ashes on the spot. The #1 powerhouse of Purple Cloud Sect, completely dead. At this moment, all the geniuses hiding in the nearby ruins were completely stunned. The newly risen Dark Horse Lin Chen, actually killed a half-step soul formation elder with his own hands. From this moment on, Lin Chen's name was destined to shock the entire cultivation region. Chapter 35, Soul Formation Breakthrough, Enter the Core Forbidden Land. After killing Elder Mu, Lin Chen stood quietly in the ruined pit. Countless pure void essence and residual soul power left by the half-step soul formation powerhouse surged into his body. Coupled with the previously obtained void soul crystal, his accumulated energy instantly reached the peak state. The bottleneck that had been blocking him for a long time became extremely weak. It's time to break through soul formation. Lin Chen sat cross-legged on the spot. Eternal Divine Soul rotated rapidly, devouring and purifying all chaotic energy. The purest power continuously nourished his Danshan and Soul Sea. Rumble. A vast spiritual tide erupted inside his body. The void power in his body transformed completely, condensing into a solid soul core in his Soul Sea. His mortal soul completely transcended, turning into an invincible void soul. Soul formation early stage breakthrough successful. His aura rose steadily, vast, profound, and unfathomable, completely surpassing the limits of ordinary peers. Even ordinary early soul formation powerhouses were far inferior to him. After stabilizing his new realm, Lin Chen stood up slowly. Breaking through soul formation allowed his perception to increase dozens of times. He instantly sensed an extremely ancient and powerful aura coming from the deepest core of the ruins. There was the true supreme treasure of the void ancient ruins. At the same time, several powerful auras rushed rapidly from all directions toward the core forbidden land. Shui Lingzi, Jian Wushuan, Su Wuying, and several hidden top geniuses of major sects were all rushing over, attracted by the core treasure's aura. Everyone knew that the final supreme fortune of the void ruins was about to be born. Lin Chen's eyes turned sharp. Chapter 36, Forbidden Land awakens, Ancient Divine Seal shakes. Deep in the void ancient ruins, the core forbidden land was shrouded in thick, immortal grey mist that never dispersed for 10,000 years. The ground was covered with cracked ancient god runes, and countless broken divine weapon fragments were half buried in the soil. A towering, broken altar stood in the center of the forbidden land, exuding a vast, supreme ancient aura that suppressed all spiritual power. The moment Lin Chen stepped into the forbidden land, the entire space trembled violently. Boom! Dull ancient drum sounds echoed from beneath the altar, shaking everyone's soul sea. Shui Lingzi, Jian Wushuan, Su Wuying and several other top geniuses had already arrived. All of them stood vigilantly outside the altar, their faces solemn. The aura here is terrifying. This is the true ancient divine heritage left by the ancient powerhouse. Su Wuying whispered, eyes full of shock. Jian Wushuan gripped his long sword tightly, his condensed sword intent constantly trembling. He could feel that the ancient aura here could easily crush his peak sword power. Shui Lingzi's blue eyes stared closely at the broken altar, her voice low, beneath this altar is sealed the core treasure of the void ruins. According to ancient records, it is a fragment of an ancient divine tablet that records supreme soul cultivation techniques. Soul cultivation techniques. The hearts of all geniuses jumped fiercely. In the cultivation world, body techniques and sword arts were countless, but supreme soul arts were extremely rare and priceless. While everyone was staring at the altar, several cold laughter suddenly came from the void. Ha ha ha! All the top geniuses of the region have gathered perfectly. Today, the ancient divine tablet fragment belongs to my dark spirit sect. Whoosh! 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 5 black figures stepped out of the void mist. Their bodies were wrapped in dense demonic soul energy, their auras cold and eerie. The leading young man had pale skin and scarlet pupils. His cultivation base reached soul formation early stage, and his soul power was far stronger than ordinary cultivators of the same realm. He was the top genius of Dark Spirit sect, Yego Hun. Dark Spirit Sect was a hidden demonic force in the surrounding region, specializing in soul-devouring techniques. They were cruel and bloodthirsty, and were feared by all orthodox sects. Yeguhun. Jian Wushuan's expression turned cold. Your Dark Spirit Sect actually dares to break into the Void Ruins core Forbidden Land. Yeguhun grinned ferociously, scarlet eyes sweeping across the crowd. Fortune in the world belongs to those with strength. What right do you orthodox trash have to occupy the divine tablet heritage? I've waited 3 years for this forbidden land to fully awaken. Today, all of you will be my stepping stones. The 4 remaining Dark Spirit Sect disciples instantly spread out, forming a vicious soul-devouring formation. Endless black soul fog spread out, corroding the surrounding spiritual power rapidly. Chapter 37, Soul Fog Killing Formation, Crushing Demonic Cultivators. The black soul fog spread rapidly, covering the entire altar square in the blink of an eye. The moment ordinary geniuses touched the fog, their faces turned pale, their soul seized tingling sharply, and their spiritual power began to drain crazily. Dangerous. This soul fog can erode the soul. Many geniuses retreated in panic, terrified. Yeguhun stood in the center of the fog, his aura soaring. My dark spirit soul devouring formation can devour all living souls. Surrender your souls, and I can leave you a whole corpse. He waved his hand fiercely. The rolling black soul fog condensed into countless sharp soul blades, shooting toward all the orthodox geniuses. Shui Lingzi immediately activated her water divine barrier. Layers of clear water light wrapped around the crowd, blocking part of the soul blade attack, but her spiritual power was consumed rapidly. Jian Wushuan drew his sword and swept out endless sword light, splitting the incoming soul blades, but his sword intent was constantly corroded and dimmed by the demonic soul fog. The 2 top geniuses were struggling to hold on. Yeguhun laughed wildly, useless struggle. In my soul formation, even soul formation powerhouses will be exhausted to death. Just as the situation fell into a deadlock, a calm golden light suddenly bloomed in the crowd. Lin Chen stepped forward slowly. The pervasive eroding soul fog automatically avoided his body the moment it approached him, unable to touch him at all. His eternal divine soul was the supreme soul treasure of heaven and earth. This trivial demonic soul-devouring power was like dust facing the bright sun, completely ineffective. Dark soul techniques, dirty and despicable. Lin Chen's voice was cold. He raised his palm gently, and golden divine soul light surged out. Boom! The vast divine soul power swept across the entire square in an instant. The pervasive black soul fog let out shrill screams, melting and dissipating rapidly like ice meeting boiling water. The invincible soul-devouring formation collapsed completely in 1 second. What Yeguhun's scarlet pupils shrank violently, filled with utter disbelief. How can you restrain my soul formation, your soul power? How can it be so terrifying? He specialized in soul arts, so he knew best how terrifying his formation was. Even peak soul formation experts needed time to break it, yet this young man crushed it with a single wisp of soul light. Lin Chen did not answer. He flicked his fingers continuously. Countless golden soul sword lights shot out, piercing through the void. Puff! 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 The 4 Dark Spirit Sect disciples had no time to resist. Their soul seas were shattered on the spot, and their bodies collapsed into ashes, dying instantly. In the blink of an eye, only Yeguhun was left alone. Panic finally surged in Yeguhun's heart. He turned and tried to flee into the void. Want to run? Lin Chen stepped out, his figure appearing in front of Yeguhun instantly. A golden divine palm pressed down heavily. Bang! Yeguhun was smashed to the ground, his whole body's demonic power collapsing. He spat out blood repeatedly, staring at Lin Chen in terror. I am the genius of Dark Spirit Sect. You can't kill me. Trash deserves no mercy. Lin Chen's eyes were cold. A wisp of divine soul light pierced into Yeguhun's soul sea. Screams stopped abruptly. Yeguhun's soul was completely annihilated. The top demonic genius fell forever. Chapter 38, Divine Tablet Fragment, Supreme Soul Art Inheritance. After annihilating all Dark Spirit Sect cultivators, the Forbidden Land completely returned to peace. The remaining geniuses stared at Lin Chen with awe in their eyes. They had thought Lin Chen was only strong in physical combat and spiritual arts. Only today did they realize that his soul power was even more monstrous. Su Wuiying let out a long sigh. Lin Chen's soul foundation is absolutely unprecedented in our region. Shui Lingzi nodded in agreement, her eyes full of admiration. At this moment, the broken ancient altar suddenly shook violently. Rumble. Thick golden divine light burst out from the cracks of the altar. A palm-sized ancient stone tablet fragment slowly floated up from the underground void, rotating slowly in midair. Countless ancient and mysterious soul runes flowed on the tablet fragment, emitting endless supreme soul fluctuations. The ancient divine tablet fragment has appeared. All geniuses' eyes turned fiery with greed. This was the supreme treasure of the void ruins. Everyone, don't fight him alone. Join forces to seize the divine tablet. Several hidden geniuses roared and rushed forward together. They knew they could not defeat Lin Chen one-on-one, so they planned to swarm him. Lin Chen glanced at the charging crowd, a faint sneer appearing on his lips. Useless. He stretched out his palm and grabbed it in the void. Powerful soul power condensed into a giant golden void hand, covering the entire altar. No matter how those geniuses struggled and attacked, they could not break free from the suppression of the void hand. All their attacks were crushed into dust. With a gentle grip. Bang! All the challenging geniuses were bounced flying, severely injured and unable to fight again. In an instant, the entire battlefield was cleared. Lin Chen reached out and grabbed the floating divine tablet fragment. The moment the tablet fell into his palm, countless ancient soul insights flooded into his mind like a vast ocean. An ancient, grand voice echoed in his soul sea, eternal soul scripture, the supreme soul art of the ancient void, transcending reincarnation, overlooking all living beings. Lin Chen's heart shook violently. It was actually a heaven-grade supreme soul technique. Far more powerful than any cultivation art he had obtained so far. He immediately sat cross-legged on the spot, closing his eyes to comprehend the eternal soul scripture. As he comprehended, his eternal divine soul began to evolve continuously. The soul light became purer and brighter, and his soul sea expanded dozens of times over. His soul formation early stage realm was steadily polished to perfect state, with no flaws at all. Chapter 39, Ruins Collapse, Ancient Secret Unlocked. While Lin Chen comprehended the Supreme Soul Scripture, the entire void ancient ruins began to shake violently. Boom! 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 Endless spatial cracks spread across the sky, ancient mountains collapsed one after another, and the residual void power became extremely violent and chaotic. The ruins' time limit is up. The void ruins are collapsing. Shui Lingzi's expression changed greatly. The 7-day exploration period had ended. The entire ancient ruins was about to completely annihilate. Everyone hurried to the exit. If trapped here, we will die with the ruins. Jian Wushuan shouted loudly, turning and rushing toward the outer passage of the ruins. Su Wuiying also followed closely. All surviving geniuses fled madly for fear of being buried in the collapsing void. Only Lin Chen remained sitting on the altar, still comprehending the eternal soul scripture. The collapsing void turbulence swept around him, but all destructive power was automatically isolated by his supreme soul barrier. After 10 full breaths, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. A wisp of transcendent divine light flashed in his pupils. He had completely mastered the first 3 layers of the eternal soul scripture. His soul power had achieved a qualitative leap, far surpassing ordinary peak soul formation cultivators. At the same time, the divine tablet fragment in his palm completely melted into his soul sea, merging perfectly with his eternal divine soul. Buzz! His divine soul trembled violently, and a hidden ancient seal buried deep in his soul was finally unlocked. A steady stream of ancient memory fragments flooded his mind. It turned out that his eternal divine soul was not an ordinary supreme soul, but the inherited soul of the ancient void soul lord. For endless years, the soul had been sealed and reincarnated continuously. This life was the destined return of the Supreme Lord. Void Soul Lord, Lin Chen muttered softly, his eyes becoming deeper and more unfathomable. He finally understood why his soul talent was so monstrous, why he could devour all spirits and transcend all realms. His starting point was the peak that countless cultivators could never reach in their lifetime. Rumble. The entire core Forbidden Land completely collapsed. Lin Chen stood up calmly, turned into a golden light, and rushed toward the ruins exit in an instant. The moment he flew out of the void gate, the entire void ancient ruins completely exploded and vanished between heaven and earth. Chapter 40, Return to the city, shocking the entire region. Outside the ruins, 10,000 cultivators city was already full of waiting cultivators. Major sect elders and power leaders all waited solemnly at the void gate, waiting for the returning geniuses. Soon, figures rushed out of the collapsing void gate one after another. Shui Lingzi, Jian Wushuan, Su Wuying and other geniuses escaped with lingering fear, all covered in scars. The elders quickly stepped forward to greet them. How was the ruins exploration? Did you obtain any supreme treasures? Many people asked eagerly. Before the geniuses could answer, a dazzling golden light suddenly descended from the void. Lin Chen's figure slowly landed on the square, his robes spotless, his aura vast and profound, completely unfathomable. The moment his aura spread, all the soul formation elders present changed their expressions drastically. Soul formation realm. He actually broke through to soul formation. In just 7 days, he crossed 2 major small realms and stepped into soul formation. Shui Lingzi took a deep breath and told everything that happened.